Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor. My name is Professor Dr. Ricky Levy, and I'm assistant professor in the Ginger School of Environment and Sustainability. It's really an honor to be the moderator of this super fantastic and interesting topic that we are going to discuss, shifting goalpost, universities' role in achieving sustainable development. And before we're going to dwell and get into the depth of our topic, first of all, I want to present our most distinguished panelists that are from various places around the world. So we are really joining places and times throughout the planet. And I want to start first with Professor Dr. Ali Chema. Is a distinguished economist whose research focuses on economic development with an emphasis of human capital, inclusion and economic mobility, gender dynamics, and political economy. Associated with Lahore University of Management Sciences, Pakistan since 1999, he has served distinguished years as an associate professor of economics and politics, director of the Mahbub ul Haq Research Center, chair of the economic department, and now as the Vice Chancellor. Dr. Chema has been a member of the Board of Trustees of the Institute of Development Studies, Sussex, and was a founding member of the Stockholm Challenge Award-winning Portal Relief Information System for Earthquake in Pakistan. Our second distinguished panelist is Professor Dr. Arif Kshatriya, and she's the director of Institute Partinyan Bogor, currently known as the IPB University in Bogor, Indonesia. He was a dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology in IPB, and prior to that, he was a lecturer in the Department of Social Economies for Fisheries in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science of IBB. He is currently a chairman of the Indonesian Muslim Intellectual Association. Notably, he was the advisor to the Indonesian Minister of Marine and Fisheries in 2012. Professor Arif Kshatriya has been actively involved in the development of marine and fisheries policies since 2002, including in preparation of the Blue Economic Concept, as well as several governmental and ministerial regulations. Our third speaker is Dr. Kevin Argus from Australia. He's a driving force in a circular economy, leading Remitz University in the interdisciplinary efforts for sustainability as co-chair of the Remit Circular Economy Hub and the co-lead of the Cooperative Research Center Food Waste Reduce Grant Project. Enabling collaborative innovation for food waste reduction, Kevin collaborates with industry leaders, including a technology entrepreneur and major retailers. The research focuses on optimizing technology to connect consumers with discounted, soon-to-expire food, creating sustainable social, environmental, and financial value for both retailers and consumers. And our fourth distinguished speaker is Miss Andrea Deverell. Andrea is a director of Sustainable Future Innovation at University of Limerick, Ireland. She has 25 plus years professional experience working in higher education and with industry in Ireland. Her roles have varied over time, but have all connected to organizational innovation, entrepreneurship, strategic foresight, and in the later part of her career to sustainability. Andrea has a multidisciplinary perspective, having traveled across the disciplines as an undergrad of languages, a postdoctorate of innovation management. She is currently completing a doctoral study which examines how futures as a discipline enable the emergence of compelling collective vision within an organizational context. So that is a very brief introduction to our really distinguished speakers. And now I think we should shift for presenting our concept note, the theme of our session, which is universities' role in achieving sustainable development goals. So universities broadly focus on the creation and transmission of knowledge, which provides them with a unique place in society. Since time immemorial, universities have been significant forces in driving innovation, economic development, and societal well-being on a global, national, and local scale. A well-balanced university education is integral to accomplishment of strong, balanced, and sustainable growth, and therefore can go a long way in achieving sustainable development goals. So I would like each one of our panelists to take just a minute to have his own take on the general theme, and then we will dwell to a more specific question. Please. Professor Cheve, if you wanna start, please.
You want me to start? Okay. I think sort of this is a very important shift that we're certainly talking about. If we think about sort of, development over the past century, there was a period where there was a utopia that as sort of nations grew in terms of income, you would have human welfare increasing. That sort of particularly, found its way in social democracy, in programs of social welfare. And then since the late 70s, there has been a shift where systematically, basically that commitment to social democracy and social welfare has been eroded with the rise of neoliberal and a utopia that, you unleash markets that's going to create growth, and somehow a lot of these other dividends are going to follow. Now, the problem over here, if you go back, is that many of the problems that underpin the movement towards SDGs are what economists would call common goods or public goods. So you need kind of socialization. And that sort of disjuncture of moving back to very atomized individuals leading development kind of eroded that mission. Now that found its way basically mirrored in terms of what was happening in universities at some level, although, you have institutes of development and you have specialized programs that proliferated to meet a lot of these challenges, particularly around the UN mission. But when you look at systematically, when you look at basically disciplines and how disciplines were evolving, they became much more focused on method and theories rather than on these big questions. So, in terms of universities playing a role, I think there's tremendous need. I think the big question, and perhaps we can come to some understanding of that in this panel, is that how should universities repivot to become places which could very directly take a stake in this mission about social development?
Excellent. Thank you very much. Shall we proceed, please? Professor Kshatriya, if you would like to add a few words, please.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Jindal Global University for inviting IBB University to take part in this important session of the World University Summit. The theme of today's session on university role in achieving sustainable development goal is very much in line with the mission of IBB University. Just as a brief background, IBB is committed to expanding collaboration and networks worldwide to create significant impacts on society, not just in Indonesia, on a global scale. One of our main strengths is the field of agriculture and forestry, in which we currently rank number 51 in the world based on QS World University ranking, number 8 in Asia, number 1 in Southeast Asia. And moreover, recent achievement in this Time Higher Education Impact Ranking 2023 serve as a recognition of IBB commitment in our effort to promote United Nations 17 goals. And particularly, we rank number 1st globally for SDGs 8, number 9 for SDGs 1, and rank number 10 for SDGs 2. Nationally, IBB has received the Indonesian SDGs Action Award from government in 2022-2023, which also served as a testament on our mission to contribute significantly in achieving sustainable development goals. I'm sure we are all aware that the world is facing significant threat or issues. The interconnectedness and influence of climate change, environmental degradation, Industrial Revolution 4.0, and their impact on food security and energy production require integrated and sustainable approaches to address them. And responding to these global challenges, we are committed to continuously build educational ecosystems, research program, and community service that can enhance resiliency, transform mindset, future designs, and practices to achieve sustainability, not just in the field of agriculture, but beyond. Research and innovation in particular hold an important key to cope with these challenges. And however, we must also be aware of the valley of innovation death due to the big gap between academic research and industrial application to solving real-world issues. And today's forum would allow us to share our thoughts and experiences on transition that we promote to enhance university role as the catalyst and key actor in achieving SDGs. It is important to start with redesigning curriculum to make sure it meets future skills needed by our students to prepare them to dive into their future role in the society and their professional career. IBB fosters a techno-socio-entrepreneurial ecosystem as the education model to meet future challenges, wherein the overarching goals is to incorporate research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And of course, this ecosystem allows for IBB students to be directly involved with the local communities to contribute in the improvement of the local economy. One of IBB's signature community empowerment program is we call One Village, One CEO, or of. Through such a program, IBB students are immersed in the local community's livelihood with tasks to bring relevant IBB research and innovation relevant to the community in order to assist with local product development that can support the local economy. It is worth noting that through OFOC, One Village, One CEO, and other community empowerment program, up to now, IBB University has reached out, contributed to and nurture 4,500 villages within 29 provinces in Indonesia, which covers 6.1% of villages in Indonesia. And IBB University is committed to expand the coverage of our outreach programs to cover not only nationally, but also regionally and globally. For this, IBB established a variety of other programs and centers like Farmer Center and the digital and Digitani, digital platform to provide support to a wider community of smallholders. I'm excited to elaborate more about this program and exchange thoughts and ideas about these challenges during our sessions today, particularly on ways for a university to overcome these challenges and produce impactful solutions to the society. I also hope to open more avenues for collaborative effort with universities like in Asia and worldwide to creating impacts to achieve more sustainable and equitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words. Please continue, Kevin or Andrea, who wants to say a few words. Please.
I can, if you like.
Yes.
Look, I think as my esteemed colleagues have already mentioned, sustainability is complex, and it involves innovative ways of looking at how we go about solving them. We've got planetary boundaries, which we're already starting to overstep. That's impacting society. We've got economic realities for industry. We've got government policy that's trying to then address and either incentivize or punish good and bad behaviors. And then you've got universities who sort of are the research hub for informing policy, for informing how industry can innovate products and deliver economic outcomes. And then you look at the way that universities have traditionally been set up, or the way they've become. So once upon a time, there was probably more sort of a holistic approach to looking at how research problems were addressed. And then from the 1970s onwards, we've had much more of a focus on slice and dice type of research, getting down to sort of the minuscule. And then within universities themselves, they tend to incentivize, or the whole system for academics is incentivizing publishing within discipline. So I'm in the business arena, and I've got involved as chair now, but in a circular economy hub, and we're doing interdisciplinary research. We're publishing in Q1 journals, which are not in the ABDC list. So what our university has only just done this year is actually create Q1 as the equivalent to an A in the ABDC ranking. Well, what does that do? It all of a sudden sends a signal to academics that if you do collaborate as you've been signaled to do so, you won't be penalized for it in terms of promotion. So what I see is some of the structural changes that then follow through from the strategy come from having academics looking at ways of working. But it's not just within universities. We need the boards of these like the ABDC for business and the equivalents in STEM and whatever, to actually start looking at whether they include journals that are promoting interdisciplinary research, and creating a bit of a narrative that it's not a second best, that there are different approaches and different ways of solving problems. We also need, and what we're seeing a bit more of, is the design of research collaborations between government, industry, and academia that's reshaping the value proposition. So in Australia, we have these collaborative research centres, and I'm involved in one with a food waste focus. There's $40 million. The government's basically put in a lot of money. It's multiple universities as stakeholders. It's multiple industry that get involved, and it's matched dollar for dollar. But the aim of it is that it produces economic impact, economic value for the industry partner. So it's actually a design that's designed to encourage industry to innovate and take a risk, because the whole project is about getting an outcome that services them, and that's part of the remit. And there's governance around that. And I think that also helps address some of the challenges we otherwise have with research, is how do we get industry partners to come on board if our incentives are around theoretical contribution and not necessarily about impact for them. So I might stop there, but I think that's sort of something that I've seen as a bit of an ecosystem thing that we're challenging.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. And I think it seems that if I kind of collect some of the insights that for other speakers till now, it seems that we really need to rethink some of the university kind of infrastructure and how we need to remodel them to a large extent. And I think maybe we can do a follow up to these insights in the second round of questions. But please, Andrea, it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Ricky. First of all, I'd like to thank OP Jindal for the kind invite. I'm very excited to represent the University of Limerick today, and it's really, really nice to meet all my colleagues also on the panel. So my name is Andrea Deverell. I have a very exciting role at the University of Limerick. It's a journey that I'm going to share a little bit of with you kind of over the next couple of minutes, and I think in some ways it leans into what the other speakers have said around the complexities of sustainability and the kind of transforming role of universities in terms of what is it we should be doing as higher educational institutions in that space. So maybe if I just kind of talk a little bit about our journey, there might be a couple of insights that might be useful as part of this conversation. So I suppose the first part of the conversation is around kind of the myopic view that is held by many higher education institutions in terms of what is sustainability. And 2 years ago, we were given the challenge at our university, first of all, just to define it, to say what is sustainability and what does it actually mean to our higher educational institution. And I suppose one of the insights, we brought together a bottom-up group of wonderful participants from right across our institution who represented everything from esteemed academics to students to suppliers on campus to partners so our full kind of and our regional ecosystem. And those individuals set about the task of defining sustainability. And one of the key learnings was it wasn't good enough to just see sustainability as goal 4, quality education, that we as a higher educational institution needed to take a much more holistic understanding of sustainability as a starting point for our endeavours. And so we landed on kind of 4 key grand and challenges that we thought were appropriate. And in some ways, I think we were setting out to kind of translate the UN SDGs into the higher educational setting. And they were social, so understanding the complexities associated with social sustainability, economic in terms of the huge shift that has to come at an economic level in order for us to transition towards any kind of sustainable future. Planetary, so obviously very much anchored in the environment and in planet and the huge challenges that we face globally in that space. And then the fourth one we added was governance. And governance became really important because as a university, we realized it wasn't enough to be doing, really high caliber research that was having impact. It wasn't enough to be teaching our students about sustainability, but we equally needed to understand how we as an institution could role model sustainable behaviors for wider society. So that was our starting point. Lots and lots of wonderful discussion, lots and lots of people participated and got involved in the process. So point one I'd like to make is sustainability is complex, and I think universities need to embrace the complexity of it as a starting point. Second point, if I have time to make it, is around the role of futures. So we're a little odd as a centre. We have what we call Sustainable Futures and Innovation as our centre title, for good reason, because we use strategic foresight and futures as a tool to help our organisation collectively imagine the future that we're working towards. That sounds very academic and conceptual, but it's very difficult to move an entire system or an entire university if we haven't got a collective vision of what success looks like. So a lot of our endeavour has been around using tools and methods associated with futures to collectively imagine what a sustainable university could look like or should look like in the future. And there's been some really, really interesting insights in terms of what it is to have a collective vision and how that motivates collective action within the higher educational space. And then my final comment, and I will stop then because I love this topic clearly, is the importance of place. So I know we're global organizations and we've all got complex challenges, but most of these are very specific to our place. So what we're trying to unpack at our university is how do we start with our place and then how do we share insights globally so that as as a broader society, we can begin to move, but we also understand the nuances of sustainability in our local places. Thank you.
Very much, everyone. That was fantastic. And I think that now maybe we should dwell a little bit into being more concrete. And before we're going to talk about what can be university contribution to other stakeholder, I suggest maybe we should take the next round to be a little bit more specific about what the current changes that needs to be done within the institution, which is called university, in order for it to embrace and enhance and to make the implementation of the SDGs a very concrete one. If please, Professor Chema, if you wanna start.
I think I'm going to start with what Kevin was saying. I think there's this kind of challenge, which is really, if you look at the incentives of academics, they've been around disciplinary publications. So you've set up a career ladder that is, in some sense, reflecting that incentive structure. And you're talking about these challenges, which sort of not only cut across disciplines, but also require that knowledge to be deployed to have impact. And typically universities have not really thought a lot about how that deployment would work. And I think there are differences in terms of where you are in the world. So in institutional systems or institutionalized systems where accountability mechanisms work, where basically you have institutional capacity, you have research funding available, you could foster the kind of partnerships that Kevin and Andrea were talking about. But in other parts of the world where, you have institutionalized structures which are weak, accountability is weak, research funding and collaborative funding is not available, then you have to think about very, very different models. So, what we've been very successful at doing at the Lahore University of Management Sciences is that we are doing a lot of sort of frontier research on questions around climate, around sort of clean energy, around sort of the socio-politics of climate change and sustainability. A lot of that is showing up in the impressive quality of our research publications. But a big sort of challenge that we foresee is that how do we kind of pivot that knowledge to start to have impact? We're largely predominantly an undergraduate university, which has now started to grow graduate programs. And I think we need to really start thinking at the basic level, which is one, we have to think about curriculum in a way which gets people in, students invested in questions rather than tools of the disciplines. And I think that's kind of missing. It really doesn't matter what the disciplinary architecture is in some sense, but the first thing is, do you get does your curriculum and your pedagogy get students to come at disciplines from questions, and can you foster those questions early on? The second thing, which I think we're seeing is really important, is particularly in the context that we're in, which is Pakistan, where not only are there huge challenges of sustainability, but also of governance, that we also have to basically embed the notion of citizenship. So whether you're kind of studying technology or coming at it from those angles or more humanity and social sciences angles, the role that both researchers and students can play in terms of citizenship, or the citizenship equation, has to become part of the curriculum that you set about. The third thing is really that we have to, and this is just my view, and I've just taken over as Vice Chancellor, and that's one of the conversations that I'm trying to open up in the university. In the context that we're in, I think we have to start to see universities as spaces of civic action, right? So it's not just about sort of creating the publications. I mean, we have to protect that, because I'm a big believer in peer-reviewed publications because of sort of quality and the fact that there's a particular rigor that comes with it. But we also have to really start to think about universities as spaces of transformation, not only about the journey of students, but also in terms of societal and civic action that can result, and a place where civic collaborations can happen. Because we have the big word that I've been seeing a lot over the past 2 decades is policy. The notion that we can actually take evidence to shift policy. But what happens when the governance framework is in disarray and accountability is weak? Then it's not sufficient to have good ideas or the model that I'm going to produce evidence and create a eureka moment in the mind of a leader is, I think, a problematic model. The question is, how do I shape debate? How do I create pressure? How do I see those things? And I think those would be, we have to have innovative ways and experiments with how do we create what I'm calling a community of action, which has scholars as part of that particular community. And how do we, going back to some of the points that other speakers were raising, how do we tie the career incentive structure of academics to that call, as it were? I'll stop there.
Thank you very, very much. Please, shall we continue? Professor Kshatriya, please, if you want to add a few things. Yeah. Okay.
Instead of such ambitious global goals that rooted to complex issues require workforce that is not only well equipped with the necessary skills, but also capable of thinking and working in a transdisciplinary manner. There is a need for a collective shift of perspective of academia from working independently or in silos, performing interdisciplinary or even transdisciplinary academic collaborations. And by breaking down traditional silos and fostering collaboration across diverse fields of science and expertise, we can generate more impactful innovation and knowledge that drive transformative change in society. The mindset shift may take time, so it can be accelerated by a strong commitment by the university leaders through clear policies and top-down supportive programs that can foster the right collaborative ecosystem. Another important measure that's imperative in facing these challenges is establishing a supportive ecosystem that's driven by a clear vision. This vision is very challenging, and it is very, very important to drive our journey. And IBB has a goal to become a global sustainable campus, and through this vision, we have designed a techno-socio-entrepreneurial ecosystem. Clear policy direction and strategies, systematic programs, and sufficient infrastructure are critical components of this ecosystem. This kind of the challenges we are dealing with, and we need to come up with the new mindset, new system where the collaboration is a must. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Dr.
Yes,
Kevin,
indeed. Look, sort of building on what both speakers have said to date, I do think that strategy coming from the top is really important. At RMIT, we have a new strategy, and it's got quite a horizon. It's titled Knowledge with Action. It's a very simple title, but it's really about acquiring that knowledge, but actually doing something that is impactful. And it's really clear in that strategy, which is constantly referred to, that this is what we want to be as a major player in the region, interdisciplinary, solving complex problems that are linked to sustainability as one of those big aspects of what we're addressing. To what Ali was, what Andrea was saying earlier, I think that in some of these questions that we need to ask, what does success look like? And having that conversation, how is success measured? How is success enabled? That comes down to this thing of support and what have you. Who is involved from an equitable perspective? And I think Professor Chima sort of mentioned those things about relooking at how we do things and how we make sure that we get the right people involved. So there's not a competition that we keep competing against each other, that we're adding to something. What programs can enable this? I think from a pedagogical perspective, what we've done now is certainly in the college I'm part of, as sustainability is now linked to all programs' learning outcomes. And so we map that through to every what we call course, or some universities would call them units or what have you, or subjects, into their learning outcomes. And because we're going through AACSB accreditation, we've actually got this assurance of learning process where we've come up with standardized rubrics. So for somebody having sustainability, we'll have workshopped in a collaborative manner the variations that you could choose to feed in through assessment, and then we map which assessments sit through. So that's going down to this assurance that it's got a deep enough level, and in some cases partnering with industry with what we call work integrated learning, which is a core part of what we do. So a lot of our teaching is with industry in the classroom, not dealing with reproduced cases, but solving problems for now. And I think this comes down to how can we actually, I think Professor Chima was talking about it's not just giving the knowledge to the students, but giving them a real sense of the importance of being able to recognize the complexity and look at ways of working, or to deal with potential processes or collaboration, and change the mindsets so that they're equipped to go out there knowing the sorts of realms of where that particular unit of learning fits within a broader context.
Thank you very much. Please, Andrea, if you want to add a few things.
I get the last word each time. It's great. I don't know how that happened, but so just to, I suppose, lean into the conversation. I think and I go back to our own experience because it's the one I know best, but one of the biggest challenges we had at the beginning was developing that kind of collective vision of the future. But the very next question you get asked is, okay, great, we have some idea what the future that we want to work towards looks like. How do we do it? How do we become action oriented? And how do we bring an entire organization and region behind an action oriented approach? And we spent a long time trying to figure out how exactly we would go about doing that, because it seemed to be probably the most important second question to ask ourselves. And at the university, we're at early stages. We're setting up an engine called a mission lab. And if anyone has heard of a mission-based approach, think man or woman on the moon. Effectively, the notion of setting yourself a portfolio of challenges that are very ambitious, that are measurable, and that are time-bound in terms of their objectives, and then having the entire university work towards them. So we're at early stages of implementing. First of all, we co-designed 21 missions, and those 21 missions connect with the broad kind of understanding of what sustainability is. So we have a couple of missions around society, a couple of missions around planet, a couple of missions around economy, and those missions become magnets that draw action and that are measurable, so we can hold ourselves accountable in terms of the journey that we're on. But they draw, to all the other speakers' comments, they draw academics who bring their research. They draw community partnerships, they draw cross-sectoral partnerships, they draw in students, because they're not just learning in the abstract about the Sustainable Development Goals, but they're actually getting the opportunity to work on place-based challenges, which are connected with the missions. So I think, broadly speaking, when we talk about the role of universities, it's not good enough anymore to just stay in the safe theoretical space, which of course has to happen and is hugely valuable. Need to really innovate in terms of mechanisms that allow us to come together to collectively work and bring about the change that's so dramatically required. So yeah, hopefully that's a little bit useful in terms of maybe an approach that can be used to engage with sustainability.
Fantastic. So thank you very much. And so I want us to shift for another question, I think another angle that relates to how do we really localize, because the SDGs are very general, they're very universal, and how do we kind of tailor it down to our own specific institution, but doing it in such a way that we are able to really, again, and I think I kind of connect to, I think, what every one of you has just mentioned, how do we connect to our local environment, local communities, local stakeholders, and create this sense of the university is not separated or isolated kind of institution, but rather something which is very much embedded within a concrete setting. So Andrea, why won't you start first now? we'll shift the.
I'm happy to do that. I should have mentioned the fact I was getting the last word.
All right, so now you're getting the first one.
Okay. Okay, just to give you I like to give specific examples in answering these questions. So the question was around how do we do more place-based work, and how do we recognize the importance of our local contexts in the way we approach sustainability. So beyond the kind of conceptual theoretical debate, which we could have, I'll give you a very specific example. So we have a specific mission within our portfolio that is around regenerating the river that flows to our campus. So it's about connecting with a place that's actually physically on our campus. And it's a place where lots of stakeholders have varied relationships, everything from the local kayaking group who work within the university with students, to local fishermen, to scientists who are checking the river quality, etc., etc. So for us, our missions, first of all, have to be anchored and experimented within our university campus as a starting point. So one of the first things we wanted to do was figure out where are the local places where we can experiment, where other people can come to and we can work collectively. Now, in the first part of our plan, those places are all on campus. So our university actually becomes a place-based living lab for experimentation around the missions that we've set ourselves. Gradually, and I can say already within the 2 years that we've been running, you start to see these place-based missions spill over into the communities. So now we have for example, a group of fishermen who are working along the river beyond the boundaries of our university, who are now looking at how can we collectively begin to tackle the challenges associated with our river ecosystems within the region. So I think the big step is, first of all, realizing we don't have to be working on huge global projects in order to solve the UN SDGs, that many of the better answers are found because we have local knowledge and we have places that are important to us where our universities are situated. So hopefully that's a little bit useful, but that's what we've found out so far.
That is fantastic. Thank you. Please, Professor Satria, if you want to continue.
I think, speaking from our experience, it is important to create programs that are driven by the clear objective of making a direct impact to the local community, particularly their economy, using sustainable solutions created or innovated by university. And IPB actively creates strong engagement with local communities through various community empowerment programs. And like what I already mentioned, but for example, One Village, One CEO, these are done with the support of local and central government as well as private sectors and NGOs. And it is obvious that collaboration is a key to achieve sustainable development goals. As we are aware of the power of collaboration, ABB is strongly committed in implementing many programs by collaborating with the stakeholders, gaining trust from partner institutions, and such social capital allows IBB to expand its network and collaboration with many stakeholders nationwide. So, for example, would be the establishment of several community learning center at IBB, such as like what I already mentioned, One Village, One CEO, or Precision Village Database, community farming schools, and agribusiness and technology. These programs are implemented with strong engagement with the local communities and with the support from various partners. For example, when we develop the program Agribusiness Technology Park, we provide seeds to the community, and the community cultivate or do farming, and then they sell their product to IBB, and then IBB distributed to 54, the biggest supermarket in Jakarta. This kind of our collaboration with local partners, with local farmers, how we empower them and increase their welfare with open opportunity for them enter the modern market. I think it is important for IBB to push the farmers to increase the quality. And I think this partnership between IBB and traditional farmers and then IBB and the market, it is very, very important for us to prove that university should bring positive impacts to the community, especially who live surrounding the campus. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Please, Dr. Chema, if you want to add a few more things.
So it kind of builds on what the earlier speakers were saying. So for us, a big challenge in Pakistan is basically stunting. And, we have, for our income levels, one of the highest rates of stunting in the global south. And part of that is related to nutritional problems, but a lot of that is related to problems around sanitation and water supply. And that's related to the breakdown of municipal governance structures. So one of the ways in which some of us have been discussing at the university to address this is to create a linkage between the city that we're in. We're part of the second largest city of Pakistan. It has about over 12 million people who reside in it. And it has acute sort of crisis of water and sanitation. Is just to get students along with scholars and researchers in community partnerships to start to kind of map the deficits in cities and the underlying failures in governance and infrastructure, and to mainstream that both in terms of our courses. We've started some of those offerings over the past couple of years, but also make that a focus of our research on sustainable transformations. But sort of just having a deeper bond with just the place that we're in and giving students this push to engage deeply with the local in a very real sense would be, I think, one effective way to go about it. But I think while we're talking about the local, there is the issue of the global. And I think what's particularly important is to do comparative work because, sort of a lot of these challenges, even the local challenges, manifest in different contexts. And there's a lot of cross contextual learning opportunities. But a lot of the challenges like climate and so on are not sort of local problems in that sense. So you have to kind of create communities or consortia of partners who are doing similar kind of work, and those could become communities of learning and action. And I think some deliberation and how to do that would really pivot the impact of the research that all these institutions that we represent are invested in.
Thank you very much. And please, Kevin, if you want to
Yeah, look, I'll just
finalize this round.
just give you one example here. So we had a similar challenge, I guess, as was mentioned by the other speakers around being place-based and being local and demonstrating some interaction with circular economy and local communities. So School of Fashion, which is one of the top fashion schools in Australia, they decided that why not start on campus in a space that we could use a repair cafe. Now, they weren't the first one to come up with the idea. That concept has been established, but it was a great way to get some fashion academics as well as fashion students and inviting the community that is both the university community of students coming together to network, but also people in the local areas. And where that campus is established is just north of the city, and the local council is encouraging circularity action in that particular space, sort of a designated space. They haven't finished designing it. That's been really successful. And what it does for our students, it showcases a mindset shift that we're supporting and doing something around what is the start of something that they have already been told, and they know from stats, you can Google it, that fashion is, and textiles is a major contributor to landfill. It's a major problem area. It's challenging and it's problematic, but if you get involved and change individuals' behaviors, you change mindsets, and you, I think, ignite that passion. And as was mentioned by the others, it's important that we connect with our communities so that we're seen to be having actionable impact.
Thank you very, very much. All right, so we have a few questions from the audience, and so I'll start with the first one. Whoever wants to answer, you're more than welcome. So the first one, how might university adapt or evolve their approaches to education and research to better address contemporary challenges related to sustainable development? I do think we touched various different aspects, but if someone wants to add anything else, or if you want to sharpen the point, we definitely need to evolve.
I'm happy to come in there, Ricky.
Yes,
if you
please go ahead.
So I think there's the substantive work to do, both from an educational and a research perspective. But let me give the example of education, maybe in the first instance. And I believe they're one and of the same thing. They're not separate things in and of themselves. But from an educational perspective, I think one of the biggest challenges is, it's not enough to teach students in the abstract sense about the Sustainable Development Goals. In order to motivate them to really become active citizens, I think we have to allow them to engage in purpose-driven, experience-driven, whatever words we want to use, type endeavor, where they get to connect with things that are actually meaningful to them, and they get to understand and develop both the mental capacity and the skills to actually work in complexity, and to understand, working across disciplines isn't something you learn about theoretically, even though you can. Working alongside, if you're a doctor working alongside an engineer and a scientist, the insights gleaned because you're working collectively are so much greater than you could ever learn theoretically, let's say. So I think there's a big challenge for universities to really, really interrogate their educational approaches, the types of pedagogy or hootagogy, which I believe it's now called, which is the kind of self-determined learning approach where students are much more engaged in purpose-driven learning, where they get the opportunity to connect themselves to meaningful interventions that are going on in the sustainability space. And I think that's a big curriculum redesign, rethink for higher education in general across the board.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to add anything, or shall I shift to the next question?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. University needs to be firm on its commitment to achieving SDGs, and it is important to then set up clear roadmaps and subsequently integrate them into policies and turn them into action programs. For example, in our case, in our experience at University, it is compulsory for all undergraduate students to do field work program for 2 months in the village. And I think it is very, very important for the students to increase their collaboration skills, to increase how to manage the conflicts. And at the same time, it is important for students to learn from the community, because community, for example, like fishers or farmers, has their own experience. I think the exchange of idea, exchange of knowledge between student and community is very important to solve the local problem. And I think with this, our policy in making the programs to become compulsory for the students to go to the field, I think to increase awareness of the students to the issues of social in the grassroots. And on the other hand, we also develop some program to follow the Ministry of Education's policy regarding what we call Emancipate to Learn or Kampus Merdeka. In this Emancipate to Learn scheme, the students in the last semester, for 1 semester, are allowed to go to the field to do the program for project village projects with local people, and that's to develop many programs on issues of environment as well as on social, on economic. For example, like our program, One Village, One CEO, that we develop. And then the students at the last semester come to the village, and then they stay for 6 months to develop program, and then we can provide 20 credits for them. And I think it is very, very important and become incentive for the students to do something in the real world with the community. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So let's shift to the second question that I think it's an interesting definition of sustainability as culture. So the question goes as how can university foster a culture of sustainability among student, faculty, and staff to further contribute to achieving sustainable development goals? So I don't know, that's a different angle, which I think interesting. And I think also for me, mostly says sometimes we kind of forget, we learn about the theoretical aspect of sustainability in class, but not often we can see a full embodiment in the architecture of the infrastructure itself. So what do you think, or to what extent that is maybe a part of culture of sustainability?
I think it's really important commitment for universities to make, because it's walking the talk that you're doing.
Yeah.
It's not always easy, but I think sort of mainstreaming, a lot of the kind of sustainability thinking in the working of the university, and I'd say also sort of mainstreaming concerns about inequalities, across gender and other dimensions into the university would be really, really important. Now, of course, different universities would have different sets of resources and governance structures to navigate, but the challenge would also unpack the complexities of mainstreaming some of those things as part of universities. And I think that's a important agenda for university leaderships to set.
Thank you very, very much. Anyone else want to add anything, please?
I might just add, yeah, I do believe that it needs to be a systemic approach from the top down in that strategy, and then supported through all those systems, so that some of the questions we talked about in terms of what does it look like, how is it supported, and so that all these things are dealt with, so that it's transparent to everybody in the organization how it's actually a good thing to be a part of, and it's supported and it's differentiated from the way things were. And the rationale behind that shift is also provided quite clearly. So again, the example that we have, and sounds like many are on this journey, is that knowledge with action. It's very clear. It's very much about everything we do, we need to have impact, and the impact is what we're going to reward. So, for example, I ended up as chairing the Gender Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Group, and we had a say or some impact on a framework that might inform Research Active. Now, what did that do? It provided governance support from the bottom up, representation from each school. Well, if we do similar types of things around sustainability, we have in the college enabling impact platforms, and it encompasses about 7 or 8 different areas that encompass all types of research across STEM, design, and business, and they're all mapped to sustainable development goals. So you've got to have that narrative of how what you're doing fits within that realm and is linked to which particular goals. So those types of things in place that reward your ability to put forward a proposal. And I think that what is culture? Culture really is normative behaviors, and we can encourage that by incentives and systems.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, please.
I was just
Andrea,
going
if you
to
want to add.
Yeah, just coming to mind. I'm thinking of Donella Meadows' wonderful work around complex systems, where she talks about the points in systems where you can intervene. And one of the most complex areas to intervene in the system is that value, moral, cultural piece, which is how mindsets are defined in terms of the way people see the world and the way they engage with the world. And to me, that seems like probably one of the most substantive challenges we have, because unless we can fundamentally change our worldviews and transition from that kind of industrial era worldview, it's very unlikely we're going to bring about the change that we actually need right systemically across the systems. And so I think it's worth maybe really thinking about that, because that kind of cultural shift and that value-based shift that has to come is one that if universities can't do it, who else is really going to take an active role in that very, very complex shift that's going to have to happen right across humanity? So for me, it's one of the most challenging questions there is, because I think it really, really highlights the journey we have ahead and how much connected thinking and efforts are going to have to happen across all higher educational institutions in terms of the complexity of that challenge. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I think we're kind of approaching to the end, so we have just another few more minutes. So I think it's time to, if anyone wants to say, I don't know, add a few things, or all right. So I don't know, I think I take the word to evolve, and I think all of us, it seems like as a humanity we need to evolve, and I think part of it is, of course, that we need to evolve and adapt our education system that has a prominent role within shifting toward sustainability. And thank you very much for this really super interesting panel, and thank you so much for everyone.
Thanks, Ricky.
Thank you.
And
it was a
thanks.
pleasure. Yeah, thank you so much.
Glad to see you again.
Yes, same. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Kevin.
Bye.
I have great pleasure in welcoming all the participants to the 21st session of the World University Summit that we've been having since yesterday. And these sessions are, the audience is mostly online, and each of us is in our different locations. So I'm very grateful and honored to be asked to address and moderate the discussion. I don't know about the word moderation. We don't expect fisticuffs and someone mediating or moderating. I suppose it just means someone who expected to draw the best out of the wonderful set of panelists that we have. And the panelists that we have are, Kritika Bandari, who's from the Vijayabhumi University, Professor Ananya Mukherjee, who's Vice Chancellor at the Shivanadar University, Dr. Pramad Sinha, who, many things, and the founder of and chairperson of Ashoka University. We have Dr. Vidya Yaravedkar, who's the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis University. So I won't take up too much time, going through their bios and their very distinguished record and contributions to higher education. But just speaking for myself, I think I'm the only person in this conversation who spent a great deal of my working life, some 30 years, in the business of giving away money. I started my career as a program officer in the Ford Foundation in the Delhi office, and then joined the United Nations Development Program. And both institutions were in the business of making grants. So I'm someone who has come from the other side, so to speak, having been on the grant giving or the grant making side of things, and leaders in universities have been recipients of these grants in the United States. Universities, higher education takes a good proportion of grants that are made by foundations and individual philanthropists and alumni of different universities. And in our country, we know that, the Indian Institutes of Technology, the Indian Institutes of Management, the agricultural universities all started out with substantial grants from the Ford Foundation. And even they were all established under acts of legislatures, and so they were public universities that received philanthropic grants. But I don't know the present situation with respect to what these foreign foundations do. It's also the case that many distinguished alumni of Western universities have contributed to those universities. We have the Mittal Center at Harvard. We have, a number of the Hindujas at Oxford, and so on. So people of Indian origin and Indian philanthropists have not only supported Indian universities, but they've also supported universities of which they have been alumni. So that's a broad setting, but for the purposes of this conversation, I'd like each of you to lead off with the very general point about what is the nature and the role of philanthropy in the context of Indian higher education. We needn't talk about the United States or Europe. We won't have the time for that. So may I start off with Kritika? Take a few minutes to share your reflections, and we'll go along with the other panelists, and then try and see if we can agree upon zeroing in on something that's of interest that deserves a more in-depth discussion, because with a very general title like public, private, and universities, higher education, philanthropy. These are keywords, but we need to make our conversation more purposeful than the title might suggest. So, Kritika, over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sudarshan. And I think I'm truly grateful and humbled by this opportunity to be on this panel today. I think being the youngest with, so many stalwarts on the panel, I think I should restrict my ideas and my words to just a few. Firstly, I think in terms of my opening remarks, I think let's just sort of contextualize it and what we were speaking about before we went live, that, what is the context in which we are looking at this discussion today. So if we look at, the topic of promoting philanthropy for public-private partnership, I think we're primarily today looking at it in terms of research and how it can promote our goal of, furthering education for our students and promoting our faculty ecosystems. Now, broadly, once we think about it, I think largely it might be fair for me to say that, all of us unanimously would agree on this panel here that higher education, and since we're talking specifically about the Indian context, is not something that we can see in extremes, that where we're looking at only purely a public model or we are purely looking at a private model only. I think we're all looking at a model where collaboration is going to be key, and we're looking at a public-private partnership model. Having said that, there are a few initial remarks which I would like to start with, because eventually I think this is something that we will develop with the few questions that we have lined up after in the moderated conversation. So I think first things first, for any successful partnership, I think it's very, very important that there needs to be meeting of minds and there has to be an alignment of objectives. Having said that, I mean, the three main stakeholders that we're talking about in this case are A, institutions, B, we're talking about government entities, and 3, we're talking about corporates. So corporates, while they have their own profit-making objectives, when it comes to philanthropy, there are certain causes. Every entity aligns itself with certain causes that they espouse through their philanthropic projects and through the CSR that they do. When we talk about the government today, the government is expected to be a solution provider, provide solution to all kinds of economic, social, financial problems in the country. Now, when we come to universities, we are basically, even in terms of universities, there is a certain mission and vision that every university has, and there is a certain direction that every university takes in terms of how they want to promote their student learning within their ecosystem and how they want to promote activities of their faculty. So for any successful partnership, I feel it's very important that all these three entities need to align on a particular objective. Only then the partnership can be result-oriented, can be outcome-oriented, as well as it can be a long and sustained model today. Second thing I think that's really important, since a lot of us here come from private institutions, is the fact that when we talk about philanthropy and mobilization of funds, probably it is not wrong to say this, that when it comes to private institutions, the scenario is now changing slowly and steadily, but we have generally been seen with a tainted lens. That whenever you talk about private institutions, there are these questions about funding. There are questions about how the money is being used, how there can be disguised profiteering and other things like that. So I feel that there is this extra added onus, burden, and responsibility on us as private institutions to actually take a step further and be more transparent. Be more transparent about our governance structures, be more transparent about our financial information. Third would be that I think for us to actually seed this idea and make it a part of an ecosystem where all these three entities are working in collaboration together, I think the initial burden is definitely on institutions today to take a bigger role and try to create ecosystems where we are effectively trying to offer services, maybe in terms of consulting services, research services, that we are solving problems of both these entities today that largely, affect them today. So when I say that, what I typically mean is that we need to try to espouse such causes, or we need to establish such centers today, or we need to establish such chairs today in our institutions where we are looking at solving problems, or we are addressing concerns that we know that both of these entities, be it the government or the corporates, at this point of time may not have the time or the bandwidth to deal with, that they can outsource to us. Because somewhere I feel that is where starts building that trust, and it would start bridging the trust deficit that is being created. And once we establish our credibility, I definitely think it will create an ecosystem where a lot of these things would be the natural course. We would take the natural course and would very much be ingrained and imbibed in the ecosystem. So in my initial remarks, I'm not going to go into specific examples, but I'm going to take a pause here and let all the senior people take a lead on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd take a moment to welcome Professor Pathankar from the Symbiosis Center for International Education to our panel. Having heard you with your kind of freshness, I'd invite Pramath to share his initial reflections on philanthropy and higher education, and if he can make a little more sense of public-private partnership in this context, it'll be very helpful. Over to you, Pramath.
Thank you, Sudarshan. It's good to see you, and thank you, Kritika. We meet 2 days in a row. While Kritika brings freshness, Sudarshan, I like to stick to what I know, and what I have to say, I've said many times, and it's not fresh at all. For me, philanthropy in India has meant building institutions based on collective philanthropy. Examples of individual philanthropy or institutional philanthropy towards one institution are fairly common, right from the BITS Pilani days and the Tata institution days, and embodied in some of the institutions represented here, whether it is Jindal or Shiv Nadar or Symbiosis. I think what at least I have seen is that there is a news movement, I should say, in India, where people are willing to contribute to institutions that others are building. And that's really what I've tried to exploit in the last 25 years, not by myself, but in partnership with a bunch of my co-conspirators, both at ISB and Ashoka. And what we call it, what we've termed it, for better or for worse, is that it's a collective philanthropy and a shared governance model. And the reason is that if you're building a new university, if you are taking the philanthropy from one family, one individual, one institution, then the governance also gets driven by that entity. And it's tough to separate the governance from the philanthropist. But what I found was that in building institutions, it was longer term, more sustainable to separate the philanthropist from the institution. But how do you do that in the beginning? Because in the beginning, when people are putting in money, they behave like entrepreneurs and they say, hey, this is my money. This is what I'm putting, even if their intent is very clear that it's non-profit and there is no ulterior motive. Even so, with the right intention, people tend to want to play a role in whatever they are building. So how do you separate the philanthropist from the governance becomes a challenge over time. So to break that, what we said was we were going to take money from lots of people. In fact, we would try not to take money from one single dominant individual. And we would give everyone who's giving money the same say in the running of the institution. So of course, there's a threshold, but you don't get extra seats on the board as you would in a company if you gave more money. And that's very important to set the rules of governance, that no one person has disproportionate say in the institution. And the last thing I'll say about this is that this then prepares the institution for alumni to come in as founders over time, or philanthropists over time, having equal status with the original founders of the institution. So at Ashoka, for example, we already have 2 alumni who just graduated 13 years ago, who now have a founder status at Ashoka. And we made that happen deliberately because we want the original founders over time to be phased out and for the alumni founders to come in, which then sets the university on track for hopefully running for decades after we are gone. So I think that's really the model that I've been trying to create and I feel very passionately about, and partly because neither am I personally wealthy enough to build a whole university, nor have I been able to find somebody who wanted to just do that. And there is nothing wrong with that. It's just that we are trying to build a different model compared to what the Birlas and the Tatas and the Shivnadars and the Munjals and the NIITs and the Jindals have done. And I think that's really very interesting to see that more and more people are coming on board, that if I don't have enough money to build my own university, I can contribute to building another university, which is not my alma mater, which is hard to convince people, especially because the US universities, which you mentioned, are also very aggressive about getting their alums to contribute there rather than here. The last thing I will say is that because of this combination, the private money comes in to build the infrastructure, to fund the initial deficits. But as you go forward, you can then start to access some of the public money just for research. And that's how the public-private partnership kind of gets built. The last thing I'll say is all universities in India are actually public universities. Even we who call ourselves private are really public universities because, Jindal and Ashoka are both Haryana universities. Shivnadar is very much a UP state private university. I don't know about Vijay Bhumi, but either you are a Karnataka university or a deemed private university, which is what...
We're a private state university in Maharashtra.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we are all public universities which have, in fact, been asked to fund a public institution with private money. And that's the license we have to run what we do. I'll stop there, and I'm sure we'll have more discussions going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, it's what you've done by way of collective philanthropy is quite remarkable and quite unique, because you either have individual philanthropists who lend their name to their institutions, and Jindal University is such. It's in the name of Mr. O.P. Jindal, and the main benefactor is his son Naveen Jindal, and so the name is there. It's also the case with many universities. This model that you pioneered for Ashoka is remarkable. I would like to take that up, and others may have viewpoints on that. But one of the things that seems to be missing is foundations in this country that are professional. You see, the point about the Ford Foundation or Rockefeller is they may carry the name of the initial benefactor, but they have nothing to do with any of the Ford companies or any member of the Ford family. And likewise with Rockefeller, it's just the name that suggests that historically it began in some such way, but they are professionally managed. And the decisions that are made about grants and whom to support and so on is done by a group of program officers who are professionally recruited. I don't know whether we quite have it. I made an attempt when I was in the Ford Foundation to create the National Foundation of India so that it's entirely national. It doesn't carry a label foreign foundation. But, and so we have that working in a very modest way. Then there's the India Foundation for the Arts, which I was also involved in supporting and supported by a large number of Indian corporates. But, we don't have that part of creating foundations that would, support a range of things, make endowment grants to the to universities or support a research project within a university. We are not there yet. So, but then, our experience in Jindal is limited to liberal arts and social sciences. But the Shivnadar University is a complete full-fledged university with science and engineering departments, as well as social science. So we'd like to hear Professor Ananya Mukherjee's views on what we've been talking about.
Thank you. I will begin by both agreeing and disagreeing a bit with Pramath, because yes, the model of collective philanthropy in Ashoka and our, Mr. Shivnadar's philanthropy, out of which the whole foundation and the university was built, is certainly first and foremost individual philanthropy. But for any university, the dream is always collective, even though the philanthropy is individual. No university can be built by one individual's. And Mr. Nadar was this is his most famous quote, which I really love, that the Shivnadar University is the collective dream of many, including me. That's his quote. And he wanted to build something very specific, that is a research university, a residential research university where research is built into the curriculum from day one. So that kind of vision, which is, very common in other parts of the world also, is certainly a difficult one for any philanthropist to bring to fruition without a large number of stakeholders coming together. And even from the beginning, when all the core funding was from the Shivnadar Foundation, certain very important things were built as public-private partnership. For example, the Atal Incubation Center, which was part of the National Incubation Mission, and 8 campus centers were built. And one was on the Shivnadar campus, where funding was brought both from the government and from the foundation. And now, as you said, that our science, this was Shivnadar's dream also, to build facilities for basic science research, which is not available in the country, particularly in the private sector. So now that the foundation has built that with significant amount of investment, now our faculty is going around and seeking funds which are available for research funds. And our very great hope is, but we still have to work it out, is when the National Research Foundation is fully operational, that private universities and public universities have level playing field, and that private universities are not left out of public funds or serving the national mission. Like today, I was at the program of the National Quantum Mission. And there are many interesting models in the world for public-private partnership in there, and we could, experiment with many of those in India. I spent 27 years in Canada. There, almost every university is a public-private partnership, because every university runs primarily on tuition, and depending on the tuition and the enrollment, the government gives a grant which is per student funding. And this is to make sure that there's a certain level of enrollment in every area, in every university, and that fees are kept within a certain band. And then every university seeks research funding, both from private foundations such as Ford, Rockefeller, etc., as well as the government, because there are national science foundations. So in terms of both funding the core educational mission through tuition funding, as well as research funding, all Canadian universities are great examples of public-private public-private partnership. Does it always work perfectly? No. Are there ways of improvement? Absolutely. But in India, we are kind of in the earlier stages of the partnership, of these kinds of partnerships. But I feel that if we become the two conditions which will promote more philanthropy towards private-public partnerships. One is that it has to be outcome-driven, and aligned to a broad set of goals. So for example, if quantum, if India's leadership in quantum is a goal, then we bring together stakeholders to, like the Ashoka model, we bring together stakeholders to serve that goal. One of the goals I'm very passionate about is having more women in STEM in India. If that is a national agreed upon goal, then we bring different stakeholders to serve that goal. So that is one, to get unified on a goal. The second one I think was raised already is our governance. So higher education governance has a long way to go everywhere. India is not the only place. But if we are going to be stewards, and that's how I look at my role, for example, I'm not just an administrator. I'm a steward of somebody's philanthropy. And the wealth of that person could be given to any number of causes, but it is coming to this university. And that bestows on me and the entire leadership a whole new level of accountability, that out of 100 other projects, I am the one, and the other 99 are not funded. I am the one who is funded. And that brings a whole new level of accountability for the university to the philanthropy that is being available to us. But that sense of accountability, be it government funding, which is, again, national wealth, national resources, be it private, be it philanthropic, that sense of accountability in university leadership and university governance is a number one issue that we need to address.
Thank you very much. That, I've got much more clarity about the phrase public-private because of your elucidation of it and your experience with Canada. Let me now turn to Professor Anita Patankar for her views in this kind of first round of opening up the conversation.
Thank you, Professor Sudarshan, for having me as a last-minute replacement for Pro-Chancellor Dr. Vidya Yadadekar, who's unfortunately got stuck in a very critical meeting that she cannot get out of. So thank you for having me and for giving me this opportunity to maybe bring in a different angle and a different perspective to how I look at higher education, and philanthropy. And maybe it has to do with the fact that I have spent around 40 years at Symbiosis, whose genesis, I think, is very unique. And I think that's important to the discussion that we're having today. So if in 1969, middle-class botany professor felt that foreign students in Pune were not being treated well, and that they were struggling with racial discrimination, and that is the root of your not-for-profit institution that didn't start as an education institution. Chancellor Dr. Muzumdar is very clear that I never thought I would set up an educational institution. I was setting up a cultural center where foreign students in Pune could come together and they'd get some solace. I would help them with accommodation and learning English and where to get food, and if they fell ill, what was going to happen. I think the growth from that root and the root of why an institution is born is very crucial to who that institution turns out to be. Those existential questions that organizations ask as they go through teething problems and then through adulthood, I think for us have always been very clear that we were established for African primarily, as well as Asian students. Did he call that philanthropy? I don't think he did. He just felt that was his calling. Today, we still work with that. Our vision is rooted in that international understanding for quality education. And for us, quality education translated into these foreign students and these students who then later on came in from different states in India for opportunities, that would they get jobs? Would they be able to go back and help their parents maybe pay off loans if the loans were taken to come here? I think that we've steadfastly, unwaveringly stuck to. I don't know whether we call it philanthropy or not. I think we just feel this is who we are and this is our vision. And we are driven and inspired by our chancellor, who still says this is who we are. I think over the years, what has happened is that we've experienced, and this is where, both Pramath as well as Professor Mukherjee talk about collective. I think we've experienced that when there's a great idea, or when people in society see a benefit from an organization that exists for something, some cause, some value, I think you automatically garner a lot of support. And I think we have been honored and privileged to have from local governments. We run a small school for the Pune police for years. It happens. And I think it happens because they realize that this is what you were born to do, and this is your vision, and this is what you would like to continue to do. Around our university, we have some 38, 42 plus villages. We work in this as a part of our job. Whether it's the hospital that offers free services, whether it's our mobile medical van, there's a digital literacy van. We now work very, very with great focus in areas of women entrepreneurship. We have a Section 8 company that works as an incubation for students and for the local population to set up, startups. I think what we've seen is that whether it's the local government, whether it's the state government, teacher training, we're good at teacher training. We now work with, for example, the Maharashtra State Faculty Development Academy. And these are things that have grown organically. Similarly, with the corporates, whether it is, we're working right now, for example, with Bajaj, we're setting up labs for, training for students and people who don't have access to the right kind of facilities. So they are setting up so many labs across the country at school, PG, UG level. We work with Infosys. So I think when I look at philanthropy, I do think it is something that now every Indian, and I'm talking only about higher education, every Indian who's committed to education in India has realized that this is not a war we can fight alone. I think I'm seeing more Indian universities talking to each other, more industries talking to each other. I think that the Indian higher education ecosystem must be a co-constructed space, must be a collaborative space. Otherwise, the challenges are far too many, and our might to solve those problems is far too small. So we are seeing a lot of collaborations, and I'm glad. I think, in a way, the national education policy spurred this conversation, that there was going to be a churn in the higher education space. I think CSR, just our understanding of the world that we live in, and that higher education systems cannot be ivory towers as they used to be once upon a time. I think that understanding has led to people, my seniors and others who are on this panel, to understand that, call it philanthropy, call it CSR, call it what you will. Use it in research, use it in community engagement, use it in service learning, use it for setting up programs that might be niche and might not have, a bottom line that gets met. Choose your areas, but there are contributions to be made. It is no longer about offering degrees where people will get jobs. Today, students are also more demanding. Today, we don't even know what we're preparing them for. I mean, Pramath Sinha sir and I have been on so many conversations about liberal arts, in which we've said, why does liberal arts work? And liberal arts works because now suddenly people have no idea of what the world is going to look like, in a few years, and what are we preparing students for? And how do students succeed if the world around them is falling? And I think that understanding is crucial And therefore, governance structures, transparency, meeting expectations, all of these are things I think that come as long as the desire is there. But the good thing about the Indian higher education system is that it is so huge and we're catering to such a diverse, heterogeneous student community that everybody doesn't have to do the same thing. Philanthropy is not something that every corporate needs to do. Many of them can't even afford it. It's also not something that every higher education university can afford to do, because many of them have very, very different challenges to face. But I think there's space enough for people who can take the step forward. Today, the government, whether it's local government at the Pune level, the city level, at the taluka level, district level, or at the national level, I think they've all understood that, put together and then we can make a change. Otherwise, with our population, etc., we know all of this ad nauseum, right? That the world is going to be a very difficult place to manage with so many challenges. And I think the other thing that's really good, and I'll end on this without taking too much time, is that there are so many countries that are facing exactly the same. There are many global challenges, but the context and the realities that we face are very different. So climate change for us is very different than, let's say, an America or some other country. But look at what's happening in Africa. Look at what's happening in Asia. Look at what's happening in, for example, South America. And you will find that we're all very similar. And I can see a lot of traction happening there in terms of the so-called global south coming together and saying, let's solve our problems together, because together we're a bit stronger. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was fascinating. Very, very insightful, your remarks. So let me, turn to a basic issue. We have Professor Altbach, Philip Altbach is on campus, and he remarked about how Symbiosis, Shivnadar, Azim Premji, maybe he had to say it because he's on our campus, Jindal, are really extraordinarily good institutions. But the landscape of the public universities is very bleak and it's sorry because of serious shortage of resources. So I'm wondering if we could come up with some ideas where there could be some way by which, instead of simply, they are very large in so many students and so on, there's almost a sense of despair, or people seem to have given up any hope about the improvement in the quality of education in public universities. Whereas, you have oasis of excellence in both research and teaching in some of the universities we've mentioned. So, in one sense, can there be a kind of public-private partnership so that, we somehow, because on the one hand, if you want more students to benefit from better quality education, it's a public good, and a public good is generally financed by the state, or it has to be financed by philanthropists who believe in the public good. It's not for profit by definition, all universities are. So are there any ideas about what we might do about this? Otherwise, we might get into a big gulf. Some of the concerns I have in my university is we have all these international collaborations and so on. But at the end of the day, all that hard work in having these agreements and, students get a chance to go abroad, get 2 degrees and so on. The beneficiaries of it are a small group of students with rich parents. And there doesn't seem to be some kind of a fund which could support a deserving student with an opportunity to go have a semester abroad. So these are concerns. So I'd like all of you to address the resource constraint, and this possibility of, instead of all these international collaborations that we have, which benefit only a small number of well-off students, what about possibilities of collaboration with the public universities so that together they too can improve their standards and their quality, and more students can benefit from quality education. Some ideas on that would be grateful. Canada's example of public-private partnership, having a kind of a fee structure that allows access as well as resources that go to where there is quality, seems to be a way forward. Let's discuss that. Can we begin with you, Professor Patankar, and then I'll go to the other panelists.
So immediately while you were talking, it struck me that there are a few things that have actually already started. For example, under the NAC, universities are already mentoring other universities in their state and in their area that need help. I think that's been a great move. For example, we are mentoring 5 universities. They're all public, government-aided universities. And it's helping because, as you're right, there is this huge discrepancy and you don't want the gap. It's not just between the private and the public, let's be honest. It's also within. Not all private are doing really, really well, and not all public are not doing well. But I think there is a gap, and as you said, it's education is a public good. How do we work towards that? I think it's also started through a lot of collaborations. For example, Pune has had these discussions in the past few years, symbiosis with the Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule, Pune University, and a couple of others, in terms of how do we share resources. If we have a laboratory that has absolutely cutting edge, let's say, media technology equipment, whereas Pune University has maybe a chemistry lab that is the latest equipment. Should we duplicate? And we decided, no, we shouldn't. We should have students move, faculty move, work together, so you could actually book a laboratory and it would be much, much cheaper. And therefore, these kind of arrangements, I think, have already started, though it's small and maybe it needs to grow. But I think there are huge benefits that we've already started seeing. You're right. We look at collaborations traditionally with the West. We've not looked towards the East. We've also not looked within our country. Okay. And I think Indians need to learn to share much more than we do. I'm sorry, that's my personal opinion. But I think it started. When I meet faculty, for example, I do a couple of sessions for the Maharashtra State Faculty Development Academy. And when I look at them, I realize that they're always hungry, and they come from small universities and colleges across Maharashtra. And we are hungry, and we're not just the only ones. MSFT has reached out to 10 other universities. So we're all getting pulled in. When the NEP sessions were happening, in which we were talking to faculty about implementation. Because the NEP is great, but the implementation is, devil is in the details. And how do you implement it? I think that has already started. We also see this. We have a program called SCOPE, Symbiosis Community Outreach Program and Extension. And we have a lot of faculty and researchers who come from other universities and working together, with the villages, because ultimately this is our home. So I think we've started seeing it. We do need to offer a little more. One of the things that Symbiosis does is, encourages and incentivizes this kind of work for its faculty and staff. So maybe, that is something that could be tagged on because ultimately it is time, that faculty and staff are spending. But I think it started, needs to grow definitely much more.
Thank you. Professor Mukherjee, on this point.
Yes. So first of all, we cannot give up hope on public institutions in a country like India. It is just not feasible that these universities like ours, we need to build our public institutions as best as we can. And I think I'll go back to what I was saying, that if we agree on certain outcomes, So, for example, teacher training. Every conference I go to, I hear that there is a need for teacher training in particularly in certain areas, but generally there is regular faculty development programs are necessary. We have lots of faculty development programs, and I don't know that each one of them are the best way to do it. But certainly that is an area where resources can be pooled. And we know that, the backbone of education is our teachers. And I would say one more thing that, a collaboration between the private and the public sectors need to start for school education also, because the universities universities need the foundation of good K-12 education in order to succeed. So there also we have a large diversity of schools, but we have a tremendously aspirational, there's a tremendous hunger to learn. So if we could at least start in the later grades before they come for the board exam, to think of what kind of partnerships are possible, then I think we would have served the cause of higher education already to those children the students who are coming from school to university.
Thank you. Pramath?
I don't want to, there's nothing new for me to add. I completely agree with Ananya about you can't give up on public universities. It's just not possible. And even if we try to help a few universities, we are so immersed in our individual efforts, and that just takes up, that in itself is so challenging, because we are also growing, and we also have challenges with, limited supply of high quality faculty, giving a great experience to our students. And because essentially we are not established yet, all of us are evolving and growing. Also trying to do something outside of our domains is tough. I think the way we are contributing to the public domain is by bringing in some of the students who would have otherwise gone to the public universities, so maybe reducing the burden on the public universities. And maybe through our work, opening up some of the thinking in the education system so that public universities can benefit. I would like to take some credit on behalf of all of us, that it's because of the creation of some of these high quality universities that you all represent that NEP is what it is, right? And in some ways and measure, all of us had inputs into that. So I think that's how we are contributing, if it may not be directly in the way that that could be suggested. But I completely agree with Ananya. I think the public university system has to leverage online and technology much better, is something I've been talking about for a long time, but that takes us very far away from this discussion, so I don't want to go there. But I think that is also the only hope to be able to meet the needs in this country.
Ritika, what do you have to say about this?
So I think a lot has been said already. So I definitely think, just to first zoom out a little bit, I think the next 23 years for India are going to be very exciting. Because now we're on this roadmap to become a developed nation by 2047, and that's what we have taken upon ourselves. Also, I think, this is a time where we are seeing that at least at the national level, the government is doing quite a bit. There is focus that you can see towards education. So if you see this time's interim budget, if I'm not mistaken, 1 lakh crores was actually earmarked for research and development, research and innovation. We have the National Research Foundation that has been opened as well. So definitely, I think that there is going to be, more and more funds that we are going to see that is going to come our way. Now, coming back to the core issue of public universities, obviously we can't do away with them. But having said that, the core at this issue that lies is the fact is the lack of good quality faculty resources that exist in the country. I think that's a problem that public universities as well as private universities today are suffering from. And that's a larger issue that needs to be addressed, that we need to push a lot of our young talent to also look at a career in academia. So now, to address this problem, I totally agree with Sir. I mean, what he's saying is that we are so consumed by our own ecosystem problems that, for us to take a mantle on like this becomes very difficult. Right? There are daily challenges that we are facing within our ecosystem that we need to firefight. But I think the key to that is, I think what, Professor Mukherjee has been trying to say, that we need to find aligned goals. A good example that I can give of that is, so I remember, I think in the second part of last year, we were approached by the Manipur government. So while there was this whole crisis that was going on in Manipur, and in the crisis, a lot of the younger population of that particular state was getting involved. Obviously, education was suffering. There was lack of direction in the youth, and the state government was very, very concerned about, how do we channelize this, youth population positively. So they reached out to a bunch of universities like us, and they said that, why don't you come to our state? And why don't you organize some sensitization programs for all our state government school teachers? Now, how did this align with our objective as a university today? So as a university, I mean, what we are talking about, being very clear about your mission and vision. For us, it is about, fostering an environment where a student can self-discover themselves. And self-discovery is very key to us. And that's where we saw an alignment with this program, that, sending our faculty and our students to actually engage with them. We did this virtually as well as in person. We had our faculty that actually went to, two different areas to cater to the two different communities of Manipur, and actually did in-person workshops for the state teachers there. And they did workshops on, giving them awareness about what are the different career domains that are available. It also sort of, along with the awareness that we were giving to them in terms of, what are the different career options available that they can educate their students about. It also started giving us insights into what are the various problems that the state is, facing, or what is it that these schools are facing. So in university, we have something called the social immersion program that every student mandatorily has to go through. So where it's a credited program where basically, you have to work with either an NGO, or if it's a ministry driven or a state government driven project, where a problem is identified, you're led, by a faculty, it's a group of students, and you basically give a solution to that problem. So while we were interacting with the teachers at Manipur and the state government there, we actually started getting, a sense of what are the problems that probably at a university level we could integrate in our SIP and our students could help with.
Great.
So this became a win-win situation for everybody. And we did a similar exercise with the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which we did in Srinagar. So, I mean,
That's
what
wonderful
I
example.
believe,
Yes.
yeah, so I think
it's very, very, uplifting to hear what you've got to say about this. This is the kind of thing where there's mutual benefit, and
absolutely.
You can help. But we've got to close. We've got a few minutes left. I'd like a quick comment from each of you, because the question that the audience wants to know is, do you think that what you have accomplished in your institution is scalable, replicable? That's one. The other one is about benchmarking yourself to, say, the Ivy League colleges of the United States or something like that. My own view on this is that each of us has, as was explained, an organic way in which, as institutions, we seem to have grown. And so it's like asking an art critic to compare the Mona Lisa with the Last Supper or something like that. I mean, each is, can be judged for itself, but benchmarking requires that you compare yourself with something else. So on these 2 points, which the audience has raised, 1 or 2 sentences, and we would end a very useful and productive discussion, I think. So let's start with Professor Mukherjee.
Thank you. So I will again draw upon one of Mr. Nadar's quotes that I love. He says that it's great to benchmark ourselves against what exists. But that's not my goal. And he was talking about HCL. My goal is to establish new benchmarks and to change the way value is produced. And again, he was talking about the IT industry. I would talk about higher education, what Pramath was saying, that maybe the role we can play in our very small, modest ways while we are firefighting 100 different fires is to shift the thinking and to think about and to make new imaginaries possible. That's probably the contribution we can make. But in terms of, whether it's scalable or not, these particular models are not probably scalable right away, but India already has scale. Scale is not our issue. Our issue is depth and quality. And I think, with some focus on that question of depth and quality, we can achieve that, even if in small pockets, even if, not in a linear way, there'll be setbacks. But it is certainly, it is a mission on which we cannot give up, bringing more depth and quality to our education system all across in a country like India. It's not a goal on which we can give up. We just have to keep trying.
Thank you. Pramath?
I don't mean to sound jingoistic, but in the models that we in this call represent, in no other country in the world have universities been built of the quality and scale in such a short period of time with very little public support and with so much affordable access being provided at the same time. My home institute, one of my alma maters is the University of Pennsylvania. At Ashoka, in terms of percentage, we actually provide scholarships to roughly 50+% of our students, and 20% of our students get a free education. And in fact, we are so far been able to give a full needs blind and full need financial scholarship, which only MIT, Princeton, Stanford, and Harvard are able to do around the world, and Caltech. And I'm not trying to boast or compare. I think we've created a whole new model in our country. These universities have taken a couple of $100 million to get started, total in investments, which is nothing, peanuts. People give $100 million in the US to put their nameplate on a building at a university. So I think we've already innovated. And I think we are setting new benchmarks. Of course, we have to compete with them. So competing with the best is not something we are afraid of. We shouldn't be afraid of. But I think how we compete is going to be very innovative and different. We can't build universities that were built the way they were built in the past. We just don't have the time. We don't have the resources. We have to innovate, disrupt, and come up with new models, which I think we are already doing.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pramath. Kritika, the last word, 2 sentences, and we would be well in time.
So I think I'm just going to end on some note of positivity. I think in the last decade, the number of universities in India has jumped from 700 plus to 1100 plus. So one is that. Second is, I think, as Sir said, I mean, we have seen a huge quantum jump in the number of our universities. I think 148 universities of India were mentioned in this year's QS rankings list of Asia. So I definitely think what we're doing is absolutely phenomenal in a record period of time. But having said that, we cannot lose sight of the fact that our country is very unique. Our problems are very unique. We have a huge youth population to cater to. So the way we are going to be catering, we will have to create our own models, which I think we are on the route to do now.
Thank you very much. I think I'm very grateful to all these very inspiring. I mean, apart from being insightful, your comments have been inspiring, positive, optimistic. I think we need that. And I think all of you are, as leaders of your institutions, have been, seized with a passion to realize, a collective goal. And so I just take this opportunity to express my admiration and gratitude on behalf of the nation, so to speak, for what you are doing. And what we can in the future collectively do by having more conversations amongst ourselves so that we can learn. And the point that was made that we need to have many more conversations within the landscape of the universities that we have got, particularly when someone has achieved some excellence in some field. I think people from other universities need to get to know about it, learn about it, and be inspired by it. So let's be optimistic that all that would happen. And so I've now got some more clarity about this phrase public-private, because I was only, as an economist, thinking of contracts for building expressways or something like that. But now I understand. It's more meaningful.
Public-private inspiration coming together.
Yes. Okay, thank you. On that note, we'll end with thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Good evening to our esteemed guests, panelists and attendees. Welcome to the World University Summit 2024. OP Jindal Global University is delighted to host you for our session titled From Retailers of Knowledge to Creators of Knowledge, Promoting Research Culture for Decolonizing Universities. Our session today aims to unravel and address the transformative shifts which are needed in our higher education institutions, especially in developing countries. I'm Sahana V. Rajan. I teach philosophy at Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University, and I'm also a fellow at Jindal India Institute here. I broadly work on care ethics lens as it applies to higher education. So more recently, I've looked at the relation between decolonizing and care. And I'm excited to learn from our brilliant speakers today. So for decades, universities in the developing world have been positioned primarily as conveyors of established knowledge, acting as intermediaries between the knowledge created in the West and the learners in their own territories. This dynamic has placed these institutions in a role akin to retailers of knowledge, where the act of creating and contributing insights to the global academic discourse was often secondary, if not entirely overlooked, due to various structural and resource-related constraints. However, of course, the tides are turning. There is a growing recognition of the indispensable need for our universities to transition into hubs of research and innovation, into creators of knowledge. This shift is, of course, not merely academic, but also fundamental to addressing the global and local challenges we face today. It is about acknowledging and valorizing our indigenous, local, and non-Western knowledge systems that have been marginalized under the pervasive influence of Eurocentric epistemologies. The challenge is multifaceted. As we push for a stronger research culture within these universities, we confront the entrenched structure of knowledge production and dissemination that are dominated by Western corporations and academic norms. This reality begs us to question how we can decolonize the very processes and products of our academic endeavors, ensuring that they're inclusive, equitable, and resonant with the diverse realities of our global community. Today's session will explore these pressing questions. We have with us an esteemed panel of experts. Each of them bring a wealth of experience and insight from their respective fields, and are ready to share their perspectives on how universities in Global South, developing countries, can not only engage but lead the charge towards decolonized, inclusive, and impactful research culture. In the next hour, we'll explore specific strategies to integrate indigenous, local, and non-Western knowledge systems into our research paradigms, examine the role of international collaborations in enriching these efforts, and discuss innovative approaches to overcoming barriers to equitable knowledge dissemination. Before we dive in, I'll just share a plan for our session today. We'll start with a quick introduction of our wonderful speakers. Each will then share their opening thoughts with us. Following that, we will move into a 25 minutes moderated question answer session where I'll ask our speakers some questions to delve deeper into our topic. We'll wrap up with 10 minutes for audience questions which are collected from our live streams. So I'm honored. It's my pleasure to invite Professor S. Shantaram, the esteemed director of Gujarat National Law University, to share his opening remarks. I'll just give a quick introduction. With an impressive 30 years of teaching experience across notable universities, including the Hindyalpla National Law University, Professor Shantaram has made significant contributions to the legal field. His expertise spans environmental law, human rights law, international law, and constitutional law. An alumnus of Madras University with extensive legal practice at the Madras High Court, Professor Shanta Kumar has authored influential works on environmental and human rights law. He's also an active participant in legal education and reform, serving in prominent roles within international and national law associations and committees. Professor Shantaram, your experience and dedication to legal education is inspiring to us. We look forward to your insights. So please hand over to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Sahana. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, Sahana. Thank you for that nice introduction. This is something which I have been talking about at multiple platforms. The topic for today's session is something which worries all of us, all scholars in India, especially the legal scholars. In the context of decolonization, everyone is aspiring to decolonize everything. Government wants to decolonize the colonial laws and then come out with our own legislations. But unfortunately, what's happening is the amount of knowledge that we consume as consumers of legal knowledge, we do not create knowledge. So we still consume knowledge created elsewhere and use it in the Indian context. Classrooms. We still teach Austin, Bentham. I'm again. I want to give a disclaimer that I don't want to say that we should not teach Austin or Bentham. Right? We should continue to draw inspirations from their work, but at the same time, we should also have some Indian names and Indian theories which we should be able to use in our classrooms. So that is the concern. I hope that is the sole point of we meeting together today and talking about how do we move away from being a knowledge consumer to a knowledge creator. So there is only one way I think it can be done. This could be done only by doing a research, right? So, but then unfortunately, I can only speak of legal research that's happening in India because I come from that discipline. I find that the legal research what's happening is not interdisciplinary, but there is a positive notice. Now, for the last few years, I find more movement towards interdisciplinary research happening. But it's only in the initial stages. It's a good starting point. I hope things will change. In the years to come, we will have more interdisciplinary research happening in our law schools and universities so that we create the new knowledge, number one. Number two, for historical reasons, in all the law teachers are only familiar with a particular research method called doctrinal research. So you review the doctrines and then you review a few judgments and then you draw your own inferences based on somebody else's work, right? So the legal research has not been an exploratory research. It has not been an empirical research. People do not follow an observational study. They don't live with communities. They don't interact with society. And they don't actually look at the real problem from their own perspective. So this is a major weakness, I'd say, as far as legal research is concerned. Because we always, legal researchers, I have always seen, maybe there might be exceptions here and there, but largely speaking, it's all doctrinal work. They all are keen to doing only a tabletop research. So where they sit before computers, read books and read judgments, and they write their thesis and then say. So ultimately, the end product is not original knowledge. So we do not create knowledge. We, again, in the name of research, we consume someone else's created knowledge, and then we try and give our own interpretations to the existing body of knowledge of law. Instead, we do not have someone creating a new theory, right? So we, of course, there are certain things which is irreplaceable. Like, for example, in sciences, Newton's law of motion is Newton's law of motion. So, but then, we need to come out with some equivalent Indian philosophy or theory, which will also explain the law of motion. Similarly, when it comes to justice administration, we need to have our own indigenous system. So we have been completely glued. We are now 77 years after independence. Still, we have not thought about moving away from the justice administration system, what has been created by the British for their own vested interests, right? So, I'm really happy. That is why I seize this opportunity, and I must appreciate at least universities like Jindal is trying to talk about decolonizing, because see, this is a spark, and I think universities should follow Jindal and then make it a movement throughout the country and keep talking about it. I think this is a great beginning, and I think that this topic should be the discussion under this topic should continue across universities so that we encourage the young legal researchers on doing original research work by interacting with people in society so that they actually create some new knowledge of their own experience rather than quoting X, Y, or Z. So this is my initial observations. I will come back again. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Shanta Kumar. That was amazing. I'm going to move on. I'm honored to introduce Professor Manisha Priyam, a distinguished professor of education policy and National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration in New Delhi. With a doctorate from London School of Economics and International Development, Professor Priyam is a seasoned academic and researcher focusing on intersection of development and politics, especially in education policy reforms. Her extensive experience includes serving on several notable national and international committees, advising various government and global organizations on education reform, and contributing to policy formulation and evaluation. Professor Manisha is also a reputed voice in both print and electronic media, discussing policy and political issues with a global audience. Professor Manisha, we are eager to hear your insights. Please share your opening remarks. Professor Manisha, can you hear us? Okay. So while we wait for Professor Manisha Priyam to join us again, is it okay if Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, I'm just going to go forward with your introduction. Of course, you well know he's the Vice President of VIT, whose visionary leadership has propelled VIT to the forefront of higher education in India. Professor Shekhar, an alumnus of University of Madras and Rochester Institute of Technology, has over 30 years of experience blending industry expertise with academic innovation. His tenure at VIT is marked by the introduction of pioneering educational programs and initiative like STARS scheme and fully flexible credit system, which has significantly enhanced the academic and social landscape for students. Recognized for his contribution to education with awards and leadership roles in prominent educational organizations, Professor Shekhar's impact on Indian higher education is profound and enduring. Professor Shekhar, we are eager to hear your insights and experiences. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Sahana, for this generous introduction. I'm very glad to discuss on this topic about moving on to from retailers to creators of knowledge, and especially in the view of decolonization of our universities. The problem is not as acute in engineering and science compared to humanities and social sciences, as Professor Shantakumar was earlier mentioning. But still, we do have problems in our areas. I mean, I represent engineering and science department. But let me first focus on our humanities sections. Traditionally, many of our universities are all focusing on Scopus indexed journals. That's because the international rankings are all going after Scopus index journals. So our policies are also going after Scopus index journals. So if you look at the Scopus index journals for humanities and other social sciences, and if you do it in the context of India and give it for publication, how successful are the acceptances? And why are we going after those Western journals? Because we are crazy of the international ranking, those famous agencies are going after. So there is a big gap there. So I think in general, I think we need to have our own Indian research consortium or something like that, IRC, let's say, where the Indian research organizations and universities come up with our own, journals. So we should not be going after the benchmarks of the West. We should be having our own benchmarks. So we, especially the global South, the problems are significant when we do research. But it's a pity that we get ignored in such West-oriented platforms. I think it's high time we form our own indices research consortium. And it'll be nice if the government takes the lead, or even the universities themselves can take the lead on it. Earlier there was attempt like ERNet, ERNet, and etc. Such attempts haven't completely seen their purpose. We have had National Knowledge Commission, National Knowledge Networks, but so far we have not succeeded. If you look at, for example, India is number 4 in publishing papers next to US, China, and UK, whereas it is 95th in the global knowledge economy index out of the 133 countries. India spends only 0.7% of its GDP on research. You look at the contrast, all of us are chasing papers.
Yeah.
Right? So, but are we using that knowledge? Are we creating that knowledge and for the right purpose? We are just publishing papers. So there's a lot to be addressed. And especially if you look at the journals, the processing fee, the article processing fee, the open access fee, I feel India is wasting a lot of foreign exchange there. The authors don't get so much of money, the creators of knowledge. It's some journals sitting in the Western nations, and we are all crazy about publishing papers there, and then we're all crazy about many other things. So there's a lot to be done, and I'm glad that Jindal is organizing such a session. I'm sure we can come to some conclusions here, which could be given as recommendations. I'll stop right here and then come back later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shekhar. I'm going to hand over. We have Professor Manisha with us now. So please, Professor Manisha, over to you for opening remarks.
Thanks so much, and sorry about just disappearing. And that tells you of the perils of decolonizing from the global south. We can talk a lot, but it's all going to be a pie in the sky unless we think about the fact that we require structural and resource-based supports to be able to do that. Chatbots and Zoom meetings can start our dialogues, but they are simply not enough. Remember that best journal article or that good research is never going to be written like that. And my opening comments are going to begin with an eminent teacher called Dr. Radhakrishnan, who spent his life studying as a very poor student in a presidency township of Madras, as it was called then. And he studied on a merit cum means scholarship, on which he managed himself as a student and also his family. Remember, they were married young then. But the fact is that he grew up young, was offered a job in the same college where he studied. And he was, as he came of age, he was writing for international fora, the International Philosophical Association. And then his articles, he would send to even to Rabindranath Tagore for peer review and to eminent philosophers outside. The Home Office would open the letters in which he would ask for comments, seeking peer review comments. And each of those went on water ships, and the Home Office would open it here, it would be open there, so that nothing seditious could be carried in the words. And I can tell you that by 1921, he was a man who had never put his foot abroad outside of India. The American Philosophical Association 1921 meeting opened. The opening address was on idealism in the philosophies of, hold on, Dr. Radhakrishnan and Bosanquet. So I think that's, for me, the ultimate front line of where we could reach. And with these provocative remarks, I would say that the title itself today is a bit provocative. And I feel that we need to pontificate a bit on what we mean by decolonizing universities as a paradigm of understanding. The term decolonizing has implications for two things, for knowledge systems and for universities. Now, also, the word decolonizing means that there's a primacy of the peoples of the colonial South, not just peoples of the colonial South. It's not just about me reclaiming my history or I reclaiming the glorious past. It's about the southern periphery advancing the arguments in the centers of the colonizer North. Now, in doing all this, within the idea of the university, there is a primacy of student-teacher voices. Remember, Henry Newman, when he imagined the non-utilitarian liberal model of the university, he spoke about the liberal education where knowledge would be produced for itself in collegiality between the students and the teachers, and they assert their voices on and within university spaces. So when we talk of the journals, remember, a lot of the good universities where I have studied and where I have worked, where I go and speak, There are teacher journals, there are academic journals, there are student journals. In other words, decolonizing has meanings for what we do as educators and how we do it within institutions. It's also a project of reclaiming our public universities. And when I say this, I borrow from the title of my own volume, which is Reclaiming Public Universities. Now, the term retailer implies that the metropolitan center manufactures and the colonial peripheries hand out to a market for a price. But creators also possibly implies the creation of knowledge within the grounded localities of the global south and its universities. It's simply not enough to say that in the 5th century BC there was a golden past. Maybe there was a golden past, but is there validity to the idea? Is there a global validity to it? Can there be a community of scholars that can sit on the knowledge that we had and create knowledge that can go back to the global center? Remember, the world is flat for knowledge today. And research culture, international collaborations have to be done on a partnership of equals. They need to overturn what is structurally unequal about this relationship. Now, as I conclude my opening comments, I would like to say that decolonization, of course, has implication for knowledge systems and epistemes. It has very important implications for the university as an organization. And I will give you many more examples of why decolonization simply isn't about reclaiming our past. It's about claiming back the connected histories which have constituted us as modern yet colonial and subjugated citizens, and speaking together in a united way as peoples of the global south. And that grand narrative could talk to retailers, and it can talk about a whole process of creativity, which is a creativity of the commons. The university then is not just a public good, it is a good of the commons, it is a commons good.
Thank you so much, Professor Manisha. I think you have hit the nail on the head with that. And I'm just going to so now we are officially starting our moderated question answer session, and I'm just going to start from where Professor Manisha has just left, right? And I want to open the question, which is a very tricky question: reclaiming as not reproducing the past. And I really want to I would like to open this and ask Professor Shantaram and Professor Vishwanathan your perspective on when you think about decolonized education. What do you really feel it stands for, especially given, does it mean going back to the past and reproducing what we have done and teaching that, or does it mean in what, and I want to add there, right, if we are talking about not reproducing the past, then how do we do something quote unquote new in the present without having the colonial influence or whatever residual colonial influence is there for the last decades, right? So, is it okay, Professor Shantaram, if I open to you, and if you have any comments, please?
Yes, Sahana. Decolonization and the creation of knowledge does not necessarily involve ignoring all the other advances that has been made elsewhere, right? So knowledge, how does the knowledge grow, right? We all know as academics that there is a thesis which creates multiple antitheses, right? An antithesis cannot come on its own without a thesis, So there is a thesis, there is an antithesis, and there is a synthesis, and then, that is how knowledge keeps growing. So there must be inspiration drawn from elsewhere.
Yes.
So let us be open to things coming from across all directions, right?
Yes.
This is what we have been promoting in the Indian culture, has been accepting, let knowledge come from every direction. It's there in our systems, in our culture. So it's not that reclaiming the past does not mean that ignoring what is present. So we have to only ensure that the past is not forgotten. Like, for example, when I'm talking about the legal systems, see, none of my students know, like if I ask them in a class, like how was justice administered before the British would establish these courts in India? how was justice administered during the Mughal periods? Right? How was justice administered even before the advent of Mughals? See, as long as human beings are there, disputes exist. But there must be some dispute resolution mechanism. So there must have been something which has been practicing, right? So today what we are now making a law for mediation and all these things, were the things of the past. Today we have given a new name, drawing from
Yes.
the philosophies. We are giving a new name to it, but then, the practices are ancient. So that is where we need to actually look into the indigenous knowledge systems. So you need to encourage the exploration and validation of indigenous knowledge systems within academic research.
Okay. I'm going to.
Yeah.
That makes complete sense, Professor Shantaram. I do have 2-3 tangents from there, but before I move on, I'm going to ask Professor Vishwanathan to please share his perspective on this point of reclaiming, reclaiming as not necessarily reproducing the past, or what do you feel? Where does it lie, right? So.
Sure. I feel that when you say creation of knowledge, we are not going to reinvent the wheel. We have to advance knowledge, push the frontiers. We don't have to start the frontier. We have to just push the frontiers. Whether it was done by Westerners or Indians doesn't matter. So we accept what has been created, but then we go further from there. So sometimes we had wear a hat saying that I'm going to oppose anything which West gives us.
Yep.
I think that's not the right attitude. It's just that we should not become, we should not have that slave mentality or that suppressed mentality. No, we are all equals. So if we have that attitude, so we accept what has been done by the Westerners, but we grow further. We use that and we grow further. I think that should be the attitude, and we don't have to be antagonizing. We don't have to have that negative feeling at all. But we can grow. But at the same time, we should not have any kind of inferiority complex also. So I'm sure we're in the right path.
Professor Manisha, I'm going to hand over to you. I think you might have a point or two about the comments shared, and what do you feel about reclaiming as reproducing the past? What are your ideas? And also, I'll just add in, since you had shared such a provocative opening remark, do you feel that it's possible to receive the West, the ideas of the West, without the quote unquote, the cultural trauma that comes with the colonialism, right? Do you feel like it's possible to do that? So I just want to hand over to Professor Manisha in case you have any comments on that.
I have many comments, and I can tell you decolonizing is a full project. And I believe that India has been a very strong decolonizer. We were not one of the weaker colonies. Remember, we were a great trading nation even before the British came in. They came in for the goods, right? Now, I'll go on to their project of colonizing of the Indian university and educational system in a bit. But let me extend to you the argument of Dr. Radhakrishnan. And let me tell you that such was his soaked understanding. When he was doing his philosophies, the lectures given by Dr. Radhakrishnan in an undergraduate Maharaja's college were compiled, and they were published by a London publisher called C. Hurst and Company. Did he go to the West? Did the West come to him? That's my number one question. And when he published that, he said, more than me, Professor Hiriyanna. And there was no difference between Hiriyanna being a professor of Sanskrit and a professor of philosophy. And he said, more than me, Hiriyanna is a real scholar, right? C. Hurst and Company publishes that. Now, Professor Dr. Radhakrishnan, he was so poor. And that's why I emphasize the word, not just the West. We have to stop hating poverty. We are a poor country. So what? There should be no trauma of the West. There should be photograph we see him in. After class, it would not be worn every day. The silk kachkan was for occasions. And if worn, it would be hung there. And after class, the doors were open for students to come. What kind of a life the man had? Personal life. Absolutely unknown. Because there was no other life except the life of deliberation, the life of the nation to be realized in teaching and learning. And let me also tell you that he was an internationalist of one kind. He did not have the money to be able to travel abroad and study anywhere abroad, but sufficiently international. Teaching what? Teaching Indian philosophy. So I'm not saying don't go back to the past, but how you do it. He stands up to Bosanquet. In 1917, when Gandhi comes in, there's a famous meeting between Gandhi and Radhakrishnan that happens in Chennai. And Gandhi tells him that in the jungle, there is very little ill health and there's no need for medicines. And Gandhi was then thinking of the experiments with life that he wanted to do, his system of natural life, natural medicines. But here was Dr. Radhakrishnan, who turned back to Gandhi, and he had one question to ask him, which was, how do you know? And this tells you that modern knowledge is produced by constantly creating the counterfactual, the law of falsifying, the law not of confirming beliefs and truths. I believe this is the best. So no, the law of falsifying. And the India's best is not. India's best is that India's monks, who were monks by renunciation, with their begging bowl and their argument, not even knowing Mandarin language, Buddhism was able to travel all through Southeast Asia with the argument of the monk and not the power of Ashoka. So I tell you today, it is important for us to recreate the argument and not the beliefs simply by assertion, but by falsification, as Radhakrishnan could in fact stand up to Gandhi. There are many dialogues between Rabindranath Tagore and Gandhi that happen, and I'm happy to see that Gurudev Ravi Thakur is very happy to see Gandhi. Gandhi stays in Shanti Niketan. But the arguments are like this. Two models of alternative education taught by Rabindranath Tagore, who believed in internationalism, who believed that the world ravaged by World War I can become one if knowledge becomes cosmopolitan, and then wants to open a university where in a village. And critical, as much as internationalism was, rural reconstruction was critical to Rabindranath Tagore. So that's why I said, of what we teach, decolonization is a project of knowledges. It's about what we teach. It's about a project of the institutions we set up. I'm going to conclude by telling you that the arguments that happened between two intellectuals, since we were opposing the British, remember, those arguments were about knowledge. Those arguments were also about the fact that some youngsters believed that the British project was so harsh that they needed to be taken away out of this country by the barrel of the gun. And these were not people who were, breaking laws or anything like that. Swami Vivekanand's brother was part of that Anushilan Samiti, and Khudiram Bose was a part of this, and he believes in a small town in Bihar, in Muzaffarpur, he goes and he does the attack, etc., etc. The end was that Khudiram Bose does not own up that he did anything wrong. He does not recognize the body of Praful Chaki. He says, no, this is not Praful Chaki. This is some other person. But the end is, Khudiram Bose writes a poetry that was sung on the streets of Bihar and Bengal, even by the beggars. That is the power of poetry created. When India could not, under British subjugation, create scientific knowledge because our trajectory was taken away from us. Gurudev Rabindranath's poetry, as much as Khudiram Bose's poetry, which I want to quote here, it says, Ebar Bida Dema, Phire Asho. He touches the motherland and he says, this time, Ma, let me go. I will come back again. And this becomes the poetry which reigns the times. I conclude by telling you that on this event, the eminent Bal Gangadhar Tilak, who fought for the right to education, he and Gandhi disagree. But Tilak says, I will not agree with Gandhi. And in the editorial in Kesari, Tilak writes that here is a youth who will be icon for the times. Gandhi says, this is not how we can win freedom. So this is the argument tradition. On the death and sacrifice also, two traditions happen. And this is the country that I'm proud of. This is the country whose land, whose earth I can touch, and I can live the life of centuries. That's the kind of knowledge we have. Yes. But it's not a knowledge of confirming ill-gotten beliefs. It's a tradition of knowledge, argumentation, and creating knowledge even in the face of colonizer or Western or British adversity, whatever you want to call it.
So, okay, thank you so much, Professor Manisha. There's so many points there, but I want to pick up one point there, right? what we consider to be knowledge, right? Like, because, we submit papers to journals, which is what, we were also talking about when we write. What is knowledge is also in many senses then decided by, it is in the form of papers that we accept knowledge through a particular process. Of course, no one is to deny. Here, of course, we are here to talk about plural ways of bringing knowledge in. So even though that is one way of doing it, I feel that, do you feel in any way, I wanted to get your perspective, do you feel the way in which we produce and disseminate and share our knowledge also affects? Because, Professor Manish also shared about poems, right? We have mythologies, we have poems, we have stories, we have lores, aphorisms. And who, in your perspective, especially as people who are educational leaders, what decides what knowledge is? Who, in what way can we say this is knowledge in a particular paper within a journal? Of course, there has to be an epistemic filter, there has to be a review, but who reviews? Where does it get reviewed, right? So I want to get your overall perspective first on what form can knowledge take. Do we decide that a paper which comes into journals is what is knowledge? Second, even if that is the case, then how do we dismantle the reproduction of that power imbalance? Because like you just shared, most of the editorial boards, most of the journals where we do get published are placed within the global north, right? So both of those questions, I'm going to open, Professor Shantaram, is it okay if I come to you first? Yes, please.
Yeah. See, when we talk about creating knowledge, and especially in the context of decolonizing, we are talking about indigenous knowledge. So we are talking about, creating knowledge about our own society, about our own people, about our own problems, about our own ways of solving those problems, using, not only traditional knowledge, but also modern knowledge. I appreciate what Mr. Vishwanathan was mentioning, that we need not be reinvented just for the sake of inventing something. If already is there, now we will have to add incremental innovations to it and see that it is better, and then we need to create something. For that, the focus of research, they focus on, we need to emphasize contextualized research. They focus on research that addresses the specific challenges and opportunities of the local context. This could involve studying issues such as the environmental sustainability or public health and economic development within the framework of the local community's needs and aspirations. That is where we can create something for ourselves, something which will be exclusively ours, applicable to our immediate neighborhood. So for that, we need to align our research with the national priorities. We need to ensure that the research agendas align with the national development priorities and contribute to addressing, pressing societal challenges. By focusing on issues of national relevance, universities can actually demonstrate their commitment to serving the needs of their communities while maintaining their unique epistemic identities. So this is how I think we can create knowledge which will be relevant for us, which will be useful for us. It may be in any form. It may be in the form of a research paper. It may be in the form of a PhD thesis. It may be in the form of a dissertation. It may be in the form of a simple editorial. But then there must be something new that we need to do.
Thank you, Professor Shantaram. I'm just going to hand over to Professor Vishwanathan here. Please, could you please share your perspective on this?
Yeah, when it comes to the forms of knowledge, being in an engineering science-dominated institution, apart from paper publications, we give a lot of weightage to patents and products. So what happens is for example, even for a PhD, we have said even if you are doing a patent, instead of a paper publication, that is fine. So when it comes to patent, again, we want that patent to lead to a product or service which is useful to the society. And in general, at VIT, what we encourage is students to solve local problems.
Yes.
You step outside the campus, you have myriad of problems to solve, especially engineering and science students. You can go and help the farmers, you can help the poor people, get away from poverty. There are so many problems in our society, and we need not look at the global north. We have so many issues. In fact, we have more problems to solve than the developed world. So we should take our problems and solve it and use that knowledge to create a product which can scale up to national level or even international level. So knowledge can take various forms, but as a university, it's our responsibility to solve local and national level problems first. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vishwanathan. I'm going to hand over to Professor Manisha here and ask her views about knowledge sharing. And if you feel like, do you feel that there can be many ways in which we share knowledge, and how do we get this recognized within the Global South, and how do we make an effort? So what are your perspective, Professor Manisha? Over to you.
So I have to tell you two things here. Here I can tell you that I hold a lot of my esteemed colleagues in haloed universities in India in utter disregard for the kind of trash that is produced. And just by saying, oh, the journals are Global North, etc., I very much sit here. I very much research on problems that are embedded here. In fact, at my doctoral committee meeting, I was awarded my PhD. I was told, before the Viva, we award you the PhD, tell us what your plans are. And the committee had ended by offering me to stay on at the LSE with a postdoctoral leading to a track there. I said, no, I will live where my research questions are. Me and my research questions are not to. After that, many years after having, got out of there, that life has meant that my external supervisor's last visit to India is on a long flight to see what their student is doing. And if I do not complete my article to sufficient standards, I get the rap that I don't see my colleagues getting. And for the hard labor, I do a day's job, which is full of everything Indian. And I do a night's job after looking after a household of producing articles that are world class and go through all the pains. And let me tell you that a lot of what we say that the North is doing, not one article of mine has been rejected by the Global North because the arguments were from the Global South, or that I was sometimes using Hindi words telling them that none of your English words are expressing what I have to tell you. And they have all been accepted in English. So therefore, what was it that they came very hard on? Sometimes the revision process has been 2 years long. But every idea that I had through this process of polishing and chiseling has finally found itself. If you are an academic, some professions may be about walking the ramp. The academic process is about the hard work of the teacher, Dr. Radhakrishnan, he may be, about seeking peer review. The community makes you a scholar.
Yes.
And remember, in the Global North, let me tell you, when Charles Darwin went around on his ship and he came back, his ideas were not immediately accepted, they were rejected. And let me tell you that the maker of the periodic table, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, the society rejected the ideas. The periodic table classification was accepted much later. So as an academic, you have to understand that you have to show enough proof of how you have done it. You have to withstand the test of counterfactualism. You have to withstand every idea which is counter to your idea. You cannot say that, no, I will not. No, you have to respond to the peer reviewers' comments. And I think that polishing, the one way of polishing that I have gathered, I never flaunt my Western degrees and I never dress Western or try to even talk in that accent. But the one quality that I keep with myself is that my gurus have told me, once critiqued, accept the critique. Do not stand up to say, oh, I'm greater than the criticism. Be humble and interrogate yourself with the critique. And I think India is yet to come up with even one journal in the social sciences that I would consider to be of the rank and reputation of what I have done. And I can tell you that it is this absolutely grueling taskmaster-like approach of my teachers, they could be Western or non-Western, 83 data tables in my PhD, the way in which the demographer who was my academic supervisor, he said, I don't want to lift my pencil when you finally submit this. But along with a text word, 83 tables go without a mistake. And that level of perfection to be taught by someone. And when I had asked him before going for my Viva, what's your best guess about how I will fare? And he had told me, if you get an 18-month revision, I'll be very glad. never telling me, oh, you're so good that you need, never, ever. And then when finally I came out and told him that the PhD is awarded sans the Viva, he just dropped, he's put off the lights in his room. He couldn't believe it. So I'm not praising that system, but I'm telling you how that system produces scholars is something worth emulating. Today, unfortunately, my peers are about, my promotion is overdue. Can you publish my article with a backdate? Can you, today somebody from an eminent university has fought with me saying that, can you publish my article without bibliographic references? Is that something to be accepted? And a strong criticism of our own cultures, of our own trajectories, simply lambasting the West is where it is. It doesn't need us. We need ourselves. We need to be under the sunlight of who we are. You tell me, is there a grammatical error in Shushrut or Charvaks? They wrote about health systems. Do you find a grammatical error in it? They didn't have time to revise or redo. How did they do it? They withstood. Before that canon was written, is there a history that tells us how the proofs were done? How the research was done? We have no idea. So the canon is not to be taken as the canon. The canon is to be taken as a process, and the product is to be taken for the quality that inheres in it, not to reify it as, oh, this came out from the spouting word of the god. It lives on palm leaves. It lives on bark trees. It lives on paper. It lives in the Mysore manuscript, 40,000 palm leaf manuscripts. Not a mistake in one of them of spellings. How does that happen? You know? So that is worth emulating. And if it is tradition, so be it. I will emulate it in whichever time period it was best. I will emulate it in whichever geography it is best. But I will not lay to rest till I find the pen womanship of the very best coming out from the global south.
Yes, thank you, Professor Manisha, for that. And this reminds me of something that Professor Vishwanathan had shared in the beginning, where he talked about journals within the global south, which also need to make sure that we come to. And of course, you're absolutely right, Professor Manisha, that what we are emulating is perhaps the process and the rigor of the process, and not necessarily the content necessarily every time, right? So that makes complete sense. I just want to go to a question because I had to move on to the audience question. So before I do that, I want to ask one question, right, which is something that Professor Manisha did touch upon. The mindset, the decolonizing the mindset of the Indians, right? Which in some ways, of course, is expressed through the ways we talk, the language we talk in, what we wear, where we sit, how we sit. Of course, we do not, unfortunately, see palm leaves in boardrooms today, and we do not see Indian clothes being worn as much. And so, I want to understand from you, and at some level, it soaks into and leads to the mindset at the end of the day. What do we really hold as valuable? And I want to understand from you, in what ways can universities create an environment, create conditions where students are gradually learn to question the kind of these colonized lifestyles, right? How do we learn to question them? Do you feel that universities have a responsibility? And if yes, then maybe one or two ways in which we can do this, right? So Professor Shantaram, I'm going to hand over to you, please.
Now, the first thing is what universities need to do is it should promote scholarly networks. It should encourage faculty members and students to participate in conferences like this, and then workshops and exchange programs. So this exposure to diverse perspectives and methodologies can actually enrich their research and contribute to the university's global visibility. The second thing what I want to say is the universities need to strengthen the research infrastructure. You need to create good laboratories, good libraries, good computing facilities to support high quality research. And access to state-of-the-art equipments and resources only can enhance the competitiveness of researchers, attract collaborations with multiple partners. The third thing what I would suggest is you should invest in talent development. The university should provide support for faculty development. We should include training in research methodologies. We should incentivize writing and publication, and then train them on publication strategies. Investing in the professional growth of faculty members alone can enhance the quality and relevance of research outputs. For example, I have a university nearby. A new vice chancellor joined that university, and then he only within a year, the research output, in fact, it became so huge that it was a talking point in the neighborhood. Then when I asked him that, how did you know that? He said, people were writing, but then they did not know how to convert this writing into patenting. So what I did was, I just gave them the knack of patenting this writing, whatever they have done. And therefore, it resulted in multiple patent filing. Whether it was granted or not, that's secondary. But then at least they have a huge volume of patents filed within that given year. So it is the knack of doing things which really matters. In fact, and you need to handhold them and train them and tell them that how it should be done.
Yes.
That is something which is very, very important, because today researchers are keen to do good research, but then they do not know where to start, how to go about it. So handholding is required.
Thank you.
I think that is where universities can collaborate, and as what Mr. Vishwanathan was mentioning, we need to create a network of researchers and then start working on it to ensure that they produce some high quality indigenous knowledge.
Thank you, Professor Shantakumar. I'm just going to hand over to Professor Vishwanathan here, please.
I think you were talking about the cultural aspects.
Yes, the mindset and
mindset, etc. So, as a university, we don't get into, for example, the dressing of a student, whether it's Western.
Of course.
It's their individual freedom to wear they want. So how they speak, whether it's a Indian accent or an American accent. So we don't get into that. It's an individual's choice. So that part, I think we keep away from many of these things. And coming back to the research aspect of this entire thing, as Professor Shantakumar pointed out, we need to train our faculty to just the polishing. I think we need to do to make sure the research outcomes are coming out properly. There are a lot of very great minds with us, but just that sometimes expression is a problem. So, and such soft skills could be trained. So those are some of the ideas we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vishwanathan. I'm going to request Professor Manisha, in case you have anything to share, please.
On what thing you want me to say?
We were talking about the mindset. We were talking about the cultural aspects of it, right? Of course, you're absolutely right, Professor Vishwanathan, that we do not mandate. Of course, as universities, we are a space where we allow students to question and critically explore. So that makes complete sense. Professor Manisha, what do you feel about, of course, when you talk about emulating the West, the process of rigor, I completely understand. What about the cultural aspects? How do you feel that, those especially within the university, do you think education has any role in questioning the cultural norms that have emerged? So what are your perspectives on that, especially in relation
India
to
is a country of 40,000 colleges and over 1,000 universities.
Yes.
And I can tell you, and in my life after my PhD, I think I've really seen the landscape of India, and my anguish comes from the fact that there is, of course, we are nowhere near the professional standards. Forget the West. I find that Brazil produces better papers than us in many areas. These days, I'm reading up a lot on constitutionalism for various aspects of how the functioning of university senates were defended through courts. And I have found that the constitutionalism, even on those aspects, is far superior than whatever could have. Now, forget that. We are neither protecting our ancient. I can give you n number of examples. We may not have time for that. Found in Jabalpur University, for example, a classification of the library based on computerization system did not know how to, they had Upanishads and they did not have the way of barcoding it and putting them on the stacks. So I found a lot of excellent documents on the ground. I found an excellent physics lab, which was referred to as Murthy Sahab ka lab. And I was told Professor Murthy was in the line of C.V. Raman, etc. Give you an example of University of Mysore, which had its own press called the Press-Quality. TV put up, Kwempu's poetry. So today we are telling us, we don't know how to do poetry, etc. Fact is, we have to have a culture of excellence. And that culture is not about what, culture, not cultural sense, but the culture that the academia needs to embrace. And that culture is not the pop culture. That culture is a culture of complete devotion. Our Gurukuls did very well because of complete devotion and focus, like the point of a top. And that's what I find missing. I also find missing for example, in my vast majority of peers, they know that if one minority is going to come, that minority is not a religious minority in the academia. Anybody who writes excellent journal articles and books is the minority. And you will find that there is a subculture that कि ये research करते हैं, इनको इंडिया में कैसे पढ़ाया जाता है, ये नहीं आता है. So while we are burning the midnight oil, the vast majority is actually whiling away their time, politicking. I think academia has to be insulated from any other thought except producing new knowledge, being collegial with teachers. A lot of our, even in the Madras presidency, for example, theses were sent anywhere in the world for checking. One examiner could be here, one examiner could be. On a sample, if we can take the publications of 10 vice chancellors in India and send it for peer review anywhere in the world, vice chancellors should be open to disclosure. Deans, heads of department, be open to disclosure. And say that to promote this, I mean, ultimately you have to understand that China's been able to get there with a loan taken in 1995 from the bank on a planned development. How do we get there? Simply by promoting a culture of rigorous excellence. In the short term, there is no shortcut to this, and that has to be adopted, even if the agenda and platform change to become that of decolonization. This has to be done. Remember, even in indigenous knowledge systems, we've been training a lot of, Ayurveda college principals, etc. Publishing, test, publish. That's the indigenous knowledge system of China or Brazil are doing better than us because they publish more. So we have to get onto that track. It's a reality that we cannot escape.
Thank you so much, Professor Manisha, for sharing that. And we are nearing our session, the conclusion of our session. And, as we draw this discussion to a close, I want to express my deepest gratitude for our esteemed panelists and to all of us who are joining us today on the live stream. Today, we have tried to untie some of the complexities of decolonizing research and the challenges which are there. So what resonates with me, and I hope with you as well, is the collective vision that we all are sharing for an academia where diverse knowledge systems are not only acknowledged, but equally valued and integrated through a culture of excellence. Our dialogue today has underscored the importance of dismantling historical power imbalances and embracing a more holistic approach to knowledge, one that honors and incorporates indigenous, local, non-Western perspectives along with traditional Western paradigms. These insights shared by our panelists today have illuminated the path towards achieving this vision. And as we conclude, I'm reminded of the timeless wisdom which was encapsulated in this Sanskrit shloka, which was Savidya ya vimukti, which basically means true liberation is that, true knowledge is that which liberates. The ancient saying from our heritage embodies the essence of what we aspire to achieve through decolonizing education. It is a reminder that the ultimate goal of knowledge is not just the accumulation of facts, but a liberation of the mind, an expansion of our perspective, and the inclusion of diverse wisdoms. Let this guiding principle light our path as we embark on towards an academia that embraces the vast ocean of global knowledge. Together, let us liberate, enlighten, and unite through the power of education. Thank you once again to everyone for joining us for this session. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
to
you
my
very
co-panelists.
much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to session 23 of the conference. The title of our session today is Exploring the World Within University Internationalization at Home. We're delighted to be joined by truly distinguished panelists and looking forward to a really engaged and fruitful conversation on the issue of internationalization at home. Before I invite the panelists to introduce themselves and make their opening comments, I just wanted to say a bit about the theme in general. For me, internationalization at home really conjures the relationship, the dynamic, the mutually constitutive, ever-changing back and forth between the global and the local. And so in that, starting from that point of departure, I just wrote down 3 questions that came to my mind as I was thinking through the very idea of internationalization at home. First, in the global South particularly, but really everywhere, do we need a phase of localization or finding our roots again so we can reconnect with our strengths and identify what we have to offer to internationalization and intercultural dialogue? Second, could internationalization at home be student-driven? Should it be student-driven? And let's say hypothetically, if it could be student-driven, why haven't institutions with large numbers of international students not been able to achieve curricular and pedagogical diversity? And lastly, is it still meaningful to discuss internationalization at home? Or do we rather need an alternative framework which could maybe capture some of our movement forward, some of our ongoing practices better and lead us down a more promising way forward? So in other words, do we need to move away from discussions of internationalization at home and opt for a more realistic agenda, let's say? So with that in mind, I would invite our panelists to share their thoughts, to share their initial experiences with internationalization at home. What are their associations with the concept? And before we do that, I thought we might introduce ourselves instead of me doing a round of introductions, since you can really Google search all of our panelists and find out where they come from, where they are. I thought we could all begin by really identifying our positionality the positionality that we come from when we are participating in this conversation today. And for me, I would say that I am an internationalization practitioner. I am really interested in exploring the potential for internationalization of higher education in promoting intercultural dialogue and understanding. And I am someone who realizes that those of us who are practicing internationalization and thinking about it in the global South really do have a great responsibility to identify, recognize, and share the best of what we have to offer in the internationalization arena. So that would be my positionality and where I'm coming from in today's conversation. And I would ask the panelists to kindly outline their project before they lay out their opening thoughts for us today. May I start with Professor Shamir? Millet, would you like to begin?
Thank you. I'd be happy to, and I'm very happy to be joining you today, and thanks for the invitation. In the spirit of what you just outlined of our introducing our positionality, I will say that I have been a professor at Tel Aviv University for a long time in the field of American Studies. And in that capacity, I've worked academically for many years on thinking transnationally about local cultures, particularly transnationalizing American studies as a field. And in the past 3 years, I've also been appointed the Vice President of Tel Aviv University for all international activities on campus. And it is really from that perspective that I'd like to offer just very short preliminary comments. I really want to make just one simple point that I draw from my experience as Vice President in charge of internationalization. And this is not a philosophical or pedagogical point. I take as a given for our discussion the vital importance in today's world of providing students with an education that has meaningful exposure to international content, to international experiences. I'm really excited, Kalyani, by the questions that you've raised, which kind of can push us to think about what exactly that means and do we want to continue to think in these terms. But I want to say something not about why internationalization at home is important, but about how we can work to achieve it on the level of university leadership and university administration. And my one-word answer to that question is centralization. I'll just say a word about Tel Aviv University to set the context a little bit. Tel Aviv University is the highest ranked university in Israel. It's also the largest university in Israel. We have around 30,000 students that hail from all sectors of Israeli society, from all around the world, with around 3,000 international students coming to Tel Aviv University annually. The primary language of instruction is Hebrew, which is, of course, one challenge in internationalization at home. But we also have a substantial number of courses on all levels that are taught in English. I will also say, by way of context, that Tel Aviv University is perhaps Israel's most diversified institution of learning in terms of disciplines. We have 9 faculties that are divided into 35 schools and over 100 departments, and they stretch from life sciences, exact sciences, engineering, medicine, all the way to social sciences, humanities, arts, management, and law. And internationalization, just to give you kind of an overview of our strategic goals, internationalization is one of Tel Aviv University's top 3 strategic priorities, alongside multidisciplinary research and connections with the industry. So we work on internationalization on 3 main tiers, like many other universities. First and foremost, building our research network with leading institutions around the world, attracting top students from abroad as a kind of a second tier, and as a third tier, our topic here for today, which is internationalization at home. So the point that I really want to make is that when I became a vice president in charge of this strategy, what I saw to be perhaps the largest challenge for promoting internationalization at home institutionally was that it tended to be treated as a separate goal and a separate set of practices from other aspects of internationalization on campus. At Tel Aviv University, it used to be that incoming international students were handled by one administrative unit, while exchange programs for Israeli students were handled by another. The development of courses in English and EMI was handled by a third unit. And meanwhile, of course, every school and every department and almost every individual researcher on campus handled independently things like inviting guest faculty from abroad, running international conferences, managing global research projects, and so on. So under these very decentralized circumstances, it became very clear to us that when it comes to internationalization at home, we were not only being inefficient, but we were being wasteful of what is really an abundance of opportunities to build on international activities that anyway already exist on campus in order to give our local students significant international exposure without necessarily having them travel abroad. So in 2022, we received a very large donation of around $18 million to increase internationalization, and we use it primarily to transform the vision and the structure of internationalization in such a way that it will bring together under one umbrella in campus all internationally oriented activities within what is now called the Lowy International School. So international partnerships, international students visiting, international faculty, a lot of the global research activities, international conferences, EMI support, international mobility of students and of staff, and a lot more, all centralized under the umbrella for international school now that has become a very large school with over 50 administrative staff members, all working in very tight collaboration. And what this really allows us to do is to cross-pollinate and work together. So, for example, now when a school or a department invite a scholar from abroad to Tel Aviv University, we know about it and we manage the visit. And this allows us to incentivize the department to have the visitor also include some teaching component, an intensive course or a series of lectures to Israeli students, which we can then open also to our international students. So with a visit that at one time would have gone by with really very little impact beyond a specific department or a field, we've now created an opportunity for Israeli students, not just to get exposure to ideas that come from abroad, but also to spend meaningful time with international students. And so to immerse also in an English-speaking environment and so on. So that's one example. Really, every aspect of our activities now, we try to cross-pollinate in that way through the international school. So my main point really is this, for institution, particularly one where English is not the primary medium of communication, if we want to upgrade internationalization at home, it can't just rely on mobility programs, which typically cater to a small portion of the student body and tend to be less accessible to students who come from minority or first-generation communities. Instead, we really have to build on existing international connections and activities that happen on campus anyway by centralizing and incentivizing these activities and opening them up to as many local and international students as possible. And with that, I'll stop. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. You've really touched on so many important dimensions of the question, and I'll come back to you with a couple of questions later. Thank you, Millet. Professor Vivekanandan, if I could invite you to outline your positionality in today's discussion, where you're coming from, and then give us your valuable thoughts.
Okay, thank you. To all of you down there, right? So my background has been as a law professor or a law lecturer to professor, and today as a vice chancellor of an university. And I was specializing in the beginning constitutional law, and later on I moved to intellectual property rights, where I have been there for quite more than 2 decades. And my international connection has been visiting and lecturing in other universities, mostly in Europe and the United States, as well as negotiating on behalf of the government in World Intellectual Property Organization relating to copyrights, expressions, many things. So it's a long way of, as you pointed out, it's a kind of a flow that you have different thoughts, and then how do you really do this? If I put very few words in a very macro perspective, what I thought about this topic is, I would say that, of course, I'm speaking from a law school as Kalyani comes from. So I'm limited to more from a law perspective, what I'm talking about this topic. So I would say that the Think Global and Act Local legal educationists all over the world started serious efforts to study other jurisdictions. It is less than 100 years in a sense, which was more an intellectual curiosity. Soon the consolidation of this world trade, global business expansion of the private sector and state-led corporation made it as a necessity for lawyers involved in business law practice to study other jurisdictions to start with. The non-business segment of lawyering started much later, gaining traction in mapping issues of human rights, refugee issues, gender, privacy, now LGBT rights, transparency in governance, global health and environment. I would put it the American and European jurisdictions made their strides much early in the last few decades to map and integrate these divisions with specialized studies, scholastic chairs, research and think tanks. They also had and still have the advantage of attracting the frontline academic aspirants from the third world to contribute to such efforts. This is manifested in the educational diplomacy, I would call it, of dominant views in terms of academic collaboration, publications, legal databases, international negotiations, and governance prescription. When I come back to India, The challenge, as you said the word South, I'm more putting it from Indian perspective or developing nations in another way, is to analyze, invigorate, and invent their legal education to bring themselves in some connect with their other counterparts to prioritize agenda. I would say 4 are important. One is imparting quality legal education is fundamental. The last decade has witnessed, in a way, numerous law programs, but a preliminary audit will reveal the question mark of quality vis-a-vis quantity. So there is a collective onus of the legal fraternity of academics, lawyers, and policy wonks to look at this connect in terms of internationalization. Second, I would say that this word internationalization is, in my opinion, what you gave the topic is a little better than the word globalization, because often globalization is said of one particular model prescribed for all, whereas the word international, we are in a way talking sovereign nation states. And so it should be understood in a coalition of a political, social, economic milieu of expanding values of transparency, probity in public and business transaction. This is not new for Indian legal fraternity in a way. We also had our internationalization in Nalanda University long back, but we somewhere lost the traction. And so it is time to rediscover this legal prowess displayed in the national, international arena. Third point I would put it is developing a national consortium of research in legal education in Indian context. This, our home, I call it. This requires human and economic resources. It also needs collaboration and cooperation in research by institutes in the national arena, apart from looking at international collaboration. Finally, the recent advances of science and technology have proven and given a new meaning to internationalization in terms of interdependence by biodiversity, food web, trade and commerce, sustainable development, and futility of arms race. This concept of this international legal education needs to be the GPS for such a roadmap, and Indian legal tradition and aspirations can stake its legitimate claim based on the glimpses of the contribution of the past, and when one can work at it. Interestingly, I had yesterday, president of the consortium of National Law Schools of India, university. All of us bear the word national, the emphasis. But national emphasis doesn't mean one looks only in national, as I would only conclude, where I cannot, leave quoting this great gentleman from India, who lived long back physically, but lives in our memory, Mahatma Gandhi, who said, I keep my windows open for winds to flow from all sides, but I will never allow myself displaced by it. So this is a very fantastic philosophical quote where we try to bring in, through international, we are talking about a balance of what is national and what is the best practice in international. So in that context, I'm not getting into the micro details, which my earlier speaker did come out because of our exposure of international. But I would say that India is looking at it, and probably Jindal has taken a bigger lead as a private university, and many, many national law schools are doing it now, trying to work out how do they want to interface this internationalization, but at the same time, look at home as something which is stable and very centrally focused to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Vivekanandan. Your remarks really resonated with me because you dealt with internationalization of higher education as very much a subset of international relations. It's very much a dynamic that is operating, which reflects international politics, right? And the hierarchies.
You cannot remove both.
You cannot deal with one without reference to the other. So in that sense, I was very thrilled to identify that I shared that positionality with you. And I will come back to you with a couple of questions. But let me now invite Professor Orfano to make her opening comments, please. Yeah, Barbara.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to greet the organizers and also my colleagues who share with me this panel. So far, I have been listening to you attentively, and I have also already learned a lot from your talk. So it's been very inspirational. Internationalization at home is a theme of paramount importance for us. I do believe that it's especially from our context, and I will let you know a little bit of it. I am a professor before taking the position of Deputy Dean of International Affairs in the university. I also worked with internationalization as a researcher because one of my main areas of expertise is international education. So I am interested in this theme as an academic and from a research perspective. I am an applied linguistic, and my area revolves around academic English, English for publication, and scientific writing and academic discourse. And for us, especially for over the past 15 years, Brazil has gone a transformative process for internationalization of its public institutions, with many government funding for mobility. You probably heard about the Science Without Borders, that it was one of the main international mobility programs that we have seen funded by the government. And that also generated the Language Without Borders program as well, which I was one of the pedagogical coordinators of that project. So internationalization at home in a Brazilian context is pretty much related to language proficiency as well, because language is a barrier for the Brazilian institutions in order for them to internationalize. So I will touch upon that issue later on as we have the opportunity to develop in our dialogue and in our conversation. So it's also very important for us as well to understand that we all know that internationalization, especially in the institution, it can mean different things for different contexts and for different groups as well. And our internationalization policy is based on a set of pillars, I would say that. So we take into consideration teaching, research, and outreaching programs. So being a public institution, we cannot dissociate our initiatives from our engagement with society. So our internationalization initiatives and projects, they need to be related to how we communicate with our community as well. So we have a lot of engagement with the community, and the internationalization initiatives and projects that we have somehow has an impact with the community, locally speaking, as well. So that is one component that we need to take into consideration as well. And another very important characteristic of this internationalization program and policy is it's seen as a means to achieve excellence. So it's not dissociated as internationalization, is including internationalization at home, is going to improve the quality of our teaching, of our research, and also the service that and how we engage with the community as well. So that is something that we need to have in mind as well. Another important point, especially when we talk about internationalization at home, is that in our context, data from UNESCO showed us, and recent data actually told us that 1% of university Brazilian students, only 1% of the population of university Brazilian students will have the opportunity to engage on mobility programs, which means that if we do not incentivize internationalization at home projects and initiatives, we will be dismissing or not contemplating 99% of our student population. So that is something that really, resonates with us. And something that is very important as well is that our internationalization policy needs to be inclusive and sustainable. We cannot have an internationalization policy that does not contemplate our academic and our student community as a whole. So with that in mind, we need to develop a program, a policy that take that perspective into consideration. So that all the initiatives and all the projects that we develop take into consideration that we have 99% of our students that will only have that opportunity to develop intercultural awareness, intercultural competence, and engage in a multicultural environment within campus domestically. That is our reality, and that needs to be contemplated as well, and we have to keep that in mind. As I mentioned as well, so we have to overcome the language barrier. We are the only country in South America speaking Portuguese, and we understand that we need to one of the questions that were raised here, and that was also comment, is what is the language of academia, for example? What is the language of the working market, and how our students are going to communicate globally with the world? So we have to concentrate as well. And if we are going to attract visiting scholars, if you want to develop an international community in our campus, we need to foster language proficiency as well. So we do invest a lot on language proficiency projects and programs for our community. And that involves a lot, not only students, but our academics. So we have special projects for English for academics, for example, that includes EMI, as my colleague also mentioned here, that in Tel Aviv. We have projects for publication, projects for academic presentations, for example. We have EMI projects. We also have for our admin staff, and we also have different projects for our students. We also have in place a language policy in our institution. So we have a language policy, and we have a committee managing and monitoring all the projects and all the initiatives that we have in our institution as well. So we invest in language proficiency quite substantially, and it is, I would say, one of the main components of our internationalization home, because that will give us subsidize the other projects that we have in place for our internationalization at home program and policy. Another thing that it's really important for us is to create an international environment in our campus. And what do we need in order to create this international environment in our campus? We could follow two paths. We have a more formal path, and we have an informal path. Both are important, but they demand from us different strategies. The first path would be restructuring the curriculum. So we have created a set of disciplines that are taught in English and Spanish, and that allows not only our students to attend disciplines in English, to have discussions in English, to interact with in English and also in Spanish, but also to give our professors who have already had an opportunity to, they did their PhD abroad, they did their postdoc abroad, they are already proficient in English, to keep practicing, to keep having visiting professors in their disciplines, develop their joint research, and also to give them a space to continue collaborating with their peers and also their networks, keeping alive as well with their peers, and also creates that, it mirrors that environment that our students would probably have if they had the opportunity to go abroad as well. And we have in those disciplines as well, which is interesting and also helps us to boost interculturalness, is that we have a mix of our home students, our Brazilian students, and also our international students. So that is a space that is rich. It's very intercultural, because then they have a very variety in classroom. So it is a program, it is a project that is quite successful. Professors, they enjoy teaching those disciplines, and students, they enjoy also attending those classes. So that is one thing that is very important. Summer schools as well, they are quite popular and very important as well. We host a number of summer schools on different themes. The most popular one is the Summer School on Brazilian Studies. We have an average of 40 students a year, international students a year, coming to Brazil, and they have a course on Brazilian studies that covers from politics to cultural issues, and they also have a component that is Portuguese as an additional language. And we also give our Brazilian students the opportunity to take part on these courses, so they have the opportunity to engage with the international community as well. As I said before, we have a lot of seminars, and we invest a lot of funding and also teaming up with proposals and joint to welcome and receiving visiting professors in order to improve and to boost that capacity as well. In a more informal path, I'm just coining this way, we have a set of activities that promote this intercultural dimension. So we use the international students that we have as protagonists in that stream. So they can present their institutions, they can present their cultures, and they also develop a set of initiatives together with us. And I can comment on that when we have the opportunity in our questions. So from that, with that, I stop here and I welcome your questions and your comments later.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara. I'm so glad you brought up the point of connecting with local communities through internationalization. It's very much one of the aspects I had in mind when I talked about how internationalization at home really conjures this relationship between the global and local and how we re-examine it. So thank you so much. Last but not the least, Professor Tokas Shekhar, I invite you now.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I'm Shekhar. I basically work in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, which is situated in Delhi. We are a public state university. So where do I situate myself in this discussion on internationalization at home? I basically did my PhD on international students in India, and I specifically looked at motivations and experiences of international students in India. Luckily, my current administrative position also coincides with my research interests. So I'm also Deputy Dean of International Affairs Division at my university. So both my research work and administrative duty coincides in this area. As I understand, this session is basically wants us to talk about what could be the possible interventions on internationalization at home. I would be speaking largely with respect to my own experience, my research experience, plus one project that I'm doing currently on mapping of Delhi NCR campuses with respect to internationalization. So before I say anything on what should be the specific interventions on internationalization at home, I suppose we would want interventions to be more evidence-based. If yes, then I believe that first step towards internationalization at home is recognizing the fact that we don't have much data and we are less aware of student and faculty motivations and experiences about internationalization in India. So, for example, I'm writing a research paper, which is a systematic literature review. And if you look at the Scopus database, you will find only 8 specific journal articles which are on internationalization of Indian higher education. So, as I said, I have been working in this field for the last decade and have the, I would say more of an ethnographic experience of engaging with over 100 students, international students in Delhi NCR across 3 universities, that is Delhi University, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and Jamia Millia Islamia, all are 3 central universities in Delhi. And as I said, currently I'm doing a project on mapping of internationalization in Delhi NCR. So what are the facts? What does the evidence say? So whatever I'm going to say now is based on the research that I have done. I feel the first thing that we need to do is we need to recognize that leadership, as in academic leadership, faculty and students have diverse objectives of internationalization of higher education. Thereby, their understanding, motivations, experiences and challenges are also different. At some places, they will overlap also. For example, if I have to ask leadership, so this is coming from a survey that I've done recently of 52 faculty members in Delhi NCR and 14 institutional level surveys. So 14 institutional level surveys and 52 faculty level surveys. So if I have to compare as in how do leadership, faculty and students understand internationalization of higher education. For leadership, understanding internationalization is largely about international collaborations and international student mobility, having more of international students. If we compare this with what do faculty understand by internationalization, or let's say what do they want from internationalization, it is primarily whether they can have research collaborations. At some places, we would say academic collaborations also, academic and research collaborations. What about students? How does student conceptualize internationalization of higher education? Again, we can categorize this into if a student is coming from developed country, if a student is coming from developing country. For a developed country student, it is less of classroom learning, less of a degree, acquisition of a degree, and more of accumulation of social emotional skills. If you look at the students coming from developing countries, for them, internationalization specifically means quality education, degree program. They want a degree program, quality degree program. So in a way, I may say they have nothing to do with, or they don't have those quote unquote intercultural competencies that we usually talk about. What about motivations of academic leadership, faculty and students? Academic institutions are more bothered by rankings, international partnerships and rankings. Again, faculty is more bothered by enhanced quality publications, and students are more bothered by discipline-specific skills or intercultural or international competencies. If we look at the challenges, what are the challenges that are being faced by administrative leadership, faculty and students? We see at the administrative leadership or academic leadership, the prime challenge that they are facing today is related to administrative and bureaucratic difficulties. What about faculties? Faculties are more bothered by limited institutional leadership, limited or insufficient financial resources, poorly resourced organizational structure, and again, administrative and bureaucratic difficulties. What about students? Do we let's say, as one of the countries who want more of students, international students, more of international students, do we really have data or evidence on what are the motivations and experiences of international students? I would say we have only 3 to 4 studies which specifically look at the, let's say, narratives or take interviews of international students. So what are the prime challenges for international students? First is related to student support. Often we see international students are more ghettoized. Our classrooms are not inclusive in nature. Do our domestic and international students really interact with each other? So these are some of the questions. And again, one more challenge is that as we receive most of the students from developing countries, they have financial crunch also. So as a country, can we provide financial support to these international students who are coming from developing countries? So can there be a specific scheme like work, as in working specific schemes, so that they can learn and work also? There are some external challenges also. So these were internal challenges. There are some external challenges also. So first, external challenges that are faced by institutions today, specifically in Delhi NCR, is lack of funds. Second deals with difficulties of recognition and equivalences of qualifications. I would also say that to some aspect there are questions on capacity, faculty or academic leadership capacity about understanding the equivalence process. And again, there is lack of awareness among leadership, lack of awareness and interest among leadership about internationalizations per se. So what should be the interventions? I strongly believe that interventions, whatever interventions we want to propose, interventions should be primarily relating to students and faculty. I feel students and faculty are prime stakeholders in internationalization of higher education. With this, so this should be coupled with all the administrative ease that we need, administrative ease and administrative support that we need for faculty and students. So first intervention should be in terms of understanding motivations and experiences of international students and accordingly designing our policy vis-a-vis programs, courses, and student support. Second intervention should be understanding faculty motivations and providing support, enhancing their willingness, capacity, and commitment to internationalization of higher education. And another important intervention that I want to refer to is, can we also have ICT-based internationalization, information and communication-based internationalization? So I think that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Shekhar. You know, when you were speaking, I was reminded of one problem that we constantly encounter, which is that although we have such great ideas on paper and our understanding through research and development about what these concepts should really look like, what should internationalization at home really look like, how can we achieve it, what are the ways that really work, what are the ways that don't work, how does it apply differently in different contexts. Although we are so now advanced in our understanding of all of that, so much of that is lost in translation to practice, right? Yeah. There's a realm of discussion in these matters, on these issues, which is almost cordoned off, sealed off, vacuum sealed from the world of practice, where we are still running our international programs. And that results in such diverse orientations of all the stakeholders that you mentioned. I mean, a lot of the work we have to do is, I guess, to to operationalize our ideas a bit more so that they can reach all of these diverse constituents. Thank you so much for your remarks. Before I go to questions from the audience, I had sort of two chunks of questions. One, I think I will address commonly to Professor Shamir and Orfano on the language question, which you both brought up. But first, I want to ask Professor Vivekanandan, how can we deploy internationalization in legal education to expand students' imagination on what they might use their legal training for? Do you think internationalization at home in the law school context can give students a different idea about or a different vision for what they can do with their law degree? So. I think we might have Professor Vivekanandan. Can you hear us? Because your video seems to be frozen. Perhaps I will come back to you then in a second.
So you are muted.
Yeah, I had the language question saved for Millet and Barbara. Millet, you said that the primary language of instruction is not English at TAU. Barbara, you mentioned, Professor Vivekanandan, you're on mute.
Plus, I lost the connection a couple of minutes before.
We lost you.
Heard your question. I heard your question at the time. It was, so you are referring towards Am I audible? Am I connected?
Yes, sir. Yes.
We lost
Am
you again for
I
a second,
connected?
but we can hear you now.
Okay, can you just repeat the last part of the question so that?
Yeah, my question is, do you think internationalization at home can be effective in showing international students the different avenues they can apply their legal training to? Maybe expand their imagination on that front.
See, I would say, that's what I said, it's a very macro question. But what I want to just tell is that this word internationalization, there are, I think I really was interestingly listening to Professor Shekhar about, getting into the nitty-gritty of that. Myself, internationalization, I'm looking at some spaces and their jurisprudence, or we are looking, for example, I'll just narrate a second that once some time back, I was in a conference in Tehran, along with a very, very powerful WIPO Deputy Director General. And I was much of a less known speaker. After we finished in that big auditorium of University of Tehran, and then we walked and talked to the Deputy Director General, who from the WIPO General thought, am I a well-known figure in Tehran? I said, no, this is my first visit. I was just saying, what they said. All of us studied in Delhi University. We studied in Delhi University. They started asking me different professors, some of them were with me in Nalsar University at that time. So I was suddenly looking. So India had an internationalization of a different kind. From Africa, from Asia, many of them came. I would say somewhere they lost in between. So why I'm bringing this point, the word internationalization, again, we need to contextualize what once we were a non-aligned movement. Today we are into a third largest thing. So a lot of changes are happening. But if you're asking the question, I would only answer that few days, the Parliamentary Committee on Law and Justice released a big report. And in fact, Raj was, one of the person who gave his views I saw there. They are very, very categorically devoted. Few paragraphs about, not just about the importance of internationalization. They talked about funding provisions, many things they have brought inside. So, not to get exposed or to have a career, but it stopped with that. And we had a certain level of internationalization, which basically from a third world perspective, what we had. So I would say last few decades, we were, what you call disconnected in many ways. And we are very fast finding the roots of that, how to do this. As Professor Shekhar put it with this empirical evidence, is very many ground reality about especially what you call as mindset, and then also finance and few things. But I think it's not insurmountable. I consider many, at least I can talk for national law schools, at least top 10 schools have minimum 15 to 20 kind of linkages with the people. We started it is called HNLU, Exchange Academy, where we started signing few, and we even invited professors to come and stay and do. So as you said that, you also said that not only ideas, we knew it long back. But as I said, I would say that there was a paralysis, I would call it, for vague reasons. So sometimes we started looking internally. They think that external thing is a thing which is coming in. And then sometimes it is said that looking at external thing is the best. That's what I said. The best fit is, where do we find this internationalization concept and various things which flow, which will bring in a kind of connect between national interest and international best practices. And this is the thing which I consider, as you said, that at least I can only speak for my school, or the few law schools, Bangalore where I worked, Hyderabad I worked, students by second, third year are very, very clear about certain things. Very, very clear about certain things. Funds are a problem sometimes, but they're very clear. They work for 2 years, earn their own money, and then they have a plan to move and do. But Ideally speaking, if it is institutionalized at what you call internally, that will benefit a large number of people, and the pace could be better in understanding, notwithstanding, again, I tell, coming to a clarity or the contours of what is internationalization. It is not just mere students and the great academics we all meet, but there is also, it is, as I said, it is part of a larger agenda always among sovereign states, including India.
Thank you so much for addressing that in such detail. I want to come to the language question, which I was just in the middle of putting to Millet and Barbara. You both spoke of English not being the language of instruction, let's say, as being somewhat of a hurdle to surmount on the route to internationalization at home. Is there any way in which it is an advantage? I ask that question because then internationalization can really be coming from where you are and then reaching out to the world rather than being within the English system already. I also ask this question because in the new education policy of the government of India, there's definitely an emphasis on multilingual education and letting students reclaim the advantage of being multilingual and being speakers of many languages rather than developing an inferiority complex because of it. So is there any way in which that can be an advantage is what I was really curious about hearing from you, Millet first and Barbara to follow, please. Just in a couple of minutes, because I have received a few audience questions, which I would also like to put to you.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I think it's an excellent question. And I do think that alongside what is our major effort, which is to get our students to study more in English and to be more proficient in English, we also have a responsibility as a university to make sure that we put an emphasis on our local languages. And at Tel Aviv University, this means offering Hebrew, Arabic, and even Yiddish programs to students who come from abroad, and making sure that alongside our emphasis on English, there are also opportunities to cultivate the learning of languages and cultures that are local. So it's certainly, I think, an advantage where students have access to both the world of kind of the globally spoken lingua franca and a strong grasp of a whole cultural baggage that comes with an additional language. But I will say, I was listening with great interest to Professor Shekhar's presentation, kind of mapping out of the different interests that are involved in internationalization. And it occurred to me that what's maybe missing from this map still is those on campus who are not interested in internationalization. And that is perhaps the biggest hurdle. And oftentimes these are the students who are fearful, they're both desirous of understanding that English proficiency is a very important element in their future careers and beings as citizens of the world, but at the same time are very resistant and fearful psychologically that the burden of studying in a language that is not their native language is too great to bear. And this is, I think, particularly true in our case of our 20% of students who are Palestinian and for whom English is a third language, not a second language, because Hebrew is their second language. And so I think that the main challenge that we face is how to overcome that psychological barrier. And I think that can be done easily, in fact. In some ways, there are techniques that simply do a little bit of tweaking, but manage to persuade students that it's actually not such a huge deal to doing part of their education in a language that is not their own. For example, one of the things that we did at the university is rather than say, as we have for many, many years, that all our graduate courses are taught in Hebrew unless there is an international student in the classroom, in which case we switch to English. We just tweaked it to say that all our languages on the graduate level, particularly in STEM, are in English. And then if there's nobody in class who needs the English, they can switch to Hebrew, which amounts to the same thing exactly, but somehow completely changed the students' mindset in regards to studying in English, because it's now their expectation to study in English, and it doesn't come as a kind of an added obstacle or burden. So, we try to do a lot of that. We try to do a lot of, to give a lot of support for both teachers and students who are doing English medium instruction and learning. And I know Barbara has a lot to say about that as well. So I'll stop here and give her a chance to talk about that too.
Yeah, well, my contribution is going to be pretty much similar to what Mile has just mentioned. We have a language policy that also advocates and wants to advance in that perspective of plurilingualism and multilingualism. Of course, that we want to foster and we want to incentivize our students to participate in a more global community, and seeing English as a lingua franca is important, but we also have some resistance on that as well. And there are some political statements about that as well that we cannot ignore. Another important thing for us is that in our understanding is that the value of our languages, we don't want one language to be seen as more important than the other. So this is also an issue. It is a premise that is also of equal importance for us as well. And we also advocate and we also put forward the idea, and we have the idea to foster Portuguese as an additional language for our international students. So there is a lot of courses and incentives for not only promoting Portuguese as a foreign or as an additional language. Now we are using much more the term as an additional language than foreign language for our international students, because we want to promote Portuguese language as well as a language of science, and also to make it more widespread around the world. We feel it is our duty in the academic context to do that. We also have a duty as researchers and as academics as well. We have more than 200 indigenous languages in Brazil, and we need to promote those languages as well. So it is a robust language policy that tries to, make them all alive in that perspective. So, and another important thing is the Spanish language, as I said. So we are surrounded, our neighbors, they all speak Spanish. So it's important for our students, we want to promote the Spanish language as well. So to promote multiculturalism, and also it is a language policy, it is as important. And as I said, we don't want one language being on the top of the others. But we, at the same point, we want to be quite democratic in that perspective. We want to make sure that we offer a set of opportunities for our students, and they can choose whatever is important for them. Another thing that is also talking about mapping according to their area of expertise or the area of study and their discipline. We understand, and the partnerships that we have, we understand that some languages are important for them. For example, for our engineering students, we have a lot of partnerships with France. We have established research connections in that region. So we have specific programs developed for that group, because we know that they will take.
Thank you. I'm just conscious of time. Sorry to cut you off there, Barbara. Final question from the audience, which I do want to get to, and I'm so glad I saved it for you, Shekhar. Within the Indian context, are internationalization efforts being led by internationalization experts or professionals? Your take on that in 1 minute before we close the session.
See, I would specifically say there's a lot that needs to be done. I would actually name few scholars. Kalyani is one of them. Professor Maushmi Mukherjee is another one. And I have been trying to work on this area. And then NIPA, faculty of NIPA is also doing good work. But again, I feel that, as I said, that most of the research that we are doing is more theoretical and conceptual in nature. We need to go to the field. We need to understand the motivations of what are the motivations of students. Ultimately, we want to the prime stakeholders of internationalization are students, and we can include faculty also in that. So we have to understand our motivations. We have to incentivize our faculty. We have to, perhaps in some cases, we have to enhance their capacities. We have to, as I said, we also need to look at whether our faculties are overly burdened by administrative work. If you look at our private and government institutions, faculty is already doing a lot of administrative work, a lot of clerical work faculty is doing. So how do you incentivize faculty?
Very good point, Shekhar.
How
Very
do you
good point.
incentivize faculty? If faculty has no willingness to internationalize. They feel that if they can teach and perhaps publish one paper in 1 to 2 years, they don't want to go to field. They just want to publish. They don't. So one thing is that we should have incentive in form of our international work should be recognized. Recognized in the sense that some incentive we should get. It could be monetary or otherwise. And
I'm afraid we've run out of time. My short answer to this question is that we are listening here in India. We are listening to experts, but we are listening to experts who have a stake in maintaining international higher education in the hierarchical form that it is now. Simply because then Indian students continue to associate quality education with a foreign degree, and that's how that's how so many international students are internationally mobile for this very reason, which really brings us right back to internationalization at home and why it is still a significant conversation to have. I want to thank the panelists so much for their time and sharing their amazing experiences and their wisdom with us today. I'm going to call this session to a close now. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome everyone, and a very good evening. I hope I am audible and everyone's visible who's on the panel. So welcome to this panel, 8:45 panel on looking at some of the barriers, identifying and then thinking about strategies of overcoming those barriers in intersectional identities with a particular focus on the LGBTQ plus communities in spaces of higher education. How we shall do this is I'm going to briefly introduce our wonderful panelists, and they'll each have around 5 minutes to make initial comments, and then we'll have a discussion, a moderated discussion right at the end, maybe after half an hour, we'll start taking questions from the audience, and that's the general format that we'll follow. So, I should introduce myself. I am Sambuddha Chaudhary. I teach at the School of Public Health and Human Development here at Jindal Global University. I work in fields of social determinants of health, particularly amongst marginalized communities. And we have with us an amazing panel of academics who have years of experience in the field of higher education, who will draw from their lived experience as scholars, as mentors, as teachers, and as workers in the space of higher education, who draw from their experiences of being from the LGBT community, being allies of the community, being mentors to students who identify from being from the community, and also draw from their experiences, their recent and historic experiences, and suggest to us some of the ways in which we can move forward with the agenda of creating a more equal and a more equitable space in the field of higher education. So we have with us Professor Niharika Banerjee. She's a professor at the Jindal Global Law School and an honorary visiting fellow at the School of Geography, Geology, and the Environment at the University of Leicester. Niharika has held various visiting scholar positions, and she draws from years of experience of working in ideas of LGBTQ communities as an activist, as a scholar, and as a mentor. We have with us Max Adam Herpolsheimer. He is a law and policy analyst at the Policy Surveillance Program at Temple University's Beasley School of Law Center for Public Health and Law Research. Max Herpolsheimer is tasked with the research and analysis of laws on several subjects pertaining to public health. Their research analysis into coded questions for the creation of the legal data sets on lawatlas.org. In addition to their work in the Policy Surveillance Program, they teach various courses at Temple, from public health law to law and popular culture. They've embarked on their doctoral studies at the university, where they research intersections between feminist theory, religion, and the formation of transgender identities. Recently, they've published an article in Foucault Studies titled Plague Foucault Camus that simulates the work of both philosophers on absurdity, governmentality, and truth, all within the context of the pandemic of previous plagues and the recent COVID-19 pandemic. And then we have Professor Pulpesh Kumar. He teaches sociology at the University of Hyderabad. He has edited the book Sexuality, Abjection, and Queer Existence in Contemporary India, which has been published by Routledge. He serves on International Advisory Board of the Community Development Journal, published from OUP. He was a British Academy Visiting Fellow in the Department of Anthropology at the London School of Economics. He received the M.N. Srinivasan Memorial Prize for Young Sociologists from Indian Sociological Society in 2007. As a pro-feminist thinker, he wrote in the Economic and Political Weekly special volume on men and feminism in India in 2015. In 2017, he was invited by the South Asia Center at Syracuse University to share his research on queering Indian sociology. His areas of interest include gender, sexuality, globalization, social changes, caste and kinship, and pedagogical practices in sociology and social sciences. He has co-edited a special volume on queer and trans community building in post-NALSA and post-377 India. And finally, we have Professor Abhijit Majumdar, who received his PhD from the Department of Chemical Engineering in IIT Kanpur in 2010. His doctoral research was on adhesion and soft mechanics. In 2010, he moved to INSTEM Bangalore, and then in 2012 to Harvard Medical School in Boston for his postdoctoral research on cell mechanics and microfluidic devices, respectively. At present, he is an assistant professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering at IIT Bombay and a Wellcome Trust DBT India Alliance Early Career Fellow. He has published in many international journals, including Science, and has received various national and international awards for his research and teaching. His present research interest includes stem cells, cell mechanics, and microfluidics. Abhijit has also a keen interest in spreading scientific awareness among masses, with a particular interest in engaging young researchers and students. So I kind of went over it a little fast so that we get more time to discuss. So I think I'll turn to you, Niharika, for opening comments as we think about the various ways in which what we have done right in the field of higher education when it comes to including LGBTQ plus communities, and what are some of the things that we need to take a very hard look and do better in the coming years. So Niharika, over to you.
Thank you very much, Shambhuddho, and thank you, everybody. It's great to be in conversation with all of you. I would say that, first of all, having a panel here as part of our university space that does devote a section to talking about what can be done to, promote more safe spaces, visibility for LGBTQIA plus identifying employees and students is itself, a very good space to be in. So this is something that we are definitely doing. We are doing good to in the right direction. I think other than that, I would say that if we look at our core, our course curriculum in in the both social sciences, humanities, definitely today we have certain, what we have done good is we have been able to include a lot of texts, films, materials in our course outlines, not to quote unquote, give a tokenistic a tokenistic space to marginalized communities, especially with different kinds of intersecting identities. But also they are, in weaved in our core curriculums as having very distinct voices. So there are two things that I would think that, much needs to be done. And we, of course, will need to talk about that more, I'm sure, in the next few questions. That if we take a look at two sides, one is the classroom and one is the university policies overall. What else needs to be done in order to make these spaces more deep and anticipate, what both employees and students would need in order to find, different spaces of freedom, negotiation, navigation, as they live their everyday life in university higher education spaces. So I think I'll just stop there with this little opening remark from my side and hear what others have to say. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Niharika, for getting us started. Adam, I turn to you for just
Hi, yeah, thanks for having me, Shambhuta. And it was very great to hear that as well. I'm very excited to be here. I guess to really kind of kick it off, to answer that question, I have two kind of um, things that work as limits, but also as progress. So I think what we're doing here is kind of my first tenet in that it's so important for queer folks to find community, to be able to have this visibility where we can engage with people that have similar interests or similar experiences. And that's exactly what a conference and a conference panel like this does, is it puts people together that may not have been put together and lets you know, hey, there's other people out there doing the same kind of work or thinking the same kind of things. And it feels nice to have that kind of visibility and that transparency, that openness. Now, the other thing is kind of from more of my personal experience. When I started my kind of doctoral work after law school, I started in this real structural anthropology where I'm looking into like the hermeneutics of United States constitutionalism and this very like particular niche area. And I really enjoy that work and I think about it a lot, but I was realizing there's this other work that I'm so much more inspired by. And I think that's the kind of trajectory we need as queer people, is to do what we're inspired by and to work in those things that make us who we are and kind of making that progress. And that's when we see this connection to other people, because we're not the only ones that are interested in the things we're interested in. And when we find that community, we can kind of flourish and we can create these robust kind of insights about who we are and how we live. So I think I'll stop there and get into a few more questions later.
Thanks so much, Adam. Pushpesh, floor is over to you.
Yeah, hi. I will start with that we had two landmarks verdicts of Supreme Court of India in 2014 and 2018. One is extending substantive right to the trans communities, and the other is decriminalizing homosexuality in India. But what is happening that this is a very encouraging scenario, but at the same time, nothing much has happened on the ground. And I work in a public university, and I speak from that perspective of being located in a public university. So what I would say that some of the universities have instituted transgender committees and including our own university. But we all live in neoliberal times and we see there are a lot of promises in place, but there are very less resources allocated to that. So there are transgender committees in the university spaces, some of the university spaces, not all, because we have to talk about different university spaces and different levels of understanding which is put in place about trans and queer communities. There are many university spaces or there are many institutions of higher education where there is nothing to hear of. But there are universities like ours where we have some committees and some activism going on, but still there is no resources which is allocated to transgender committee. So even if you want to call some trans activist to give a talk, you don't have money to pay for their taxi and their food or honorarium, a minimal or honorarium kind of a thing. So I think this also addresses to the larger scenario where if you look at the gender budget and what is the percentage of gender budget which is allocated to transgender communities, which is very, very meager and abysmal if you see. Then you have when we are talking about higher education, the higher education is also linked to the secondary and primary education. And as you see, there was an effort to incorporate a comprehensive understanding about trans bodies and trans specific needs, etc., in the NCERT teachers training manual, and that had to be removed by the NCERT because of certain protests from certain constituency, which thought that it will shock the sensibility of the Indian children. And so we have both kind of a mixed picture which is coming up. You have progressive university spaces like Jadavpur University, where there are very mysterious death of queer persons has recently happened. And you also have then smaller town like Ujjain, where a queer femme person who is a teen, and this person has to commit suicide because of the shaming on social media, the kind of comments which were toxic comments which were made on social media. So university space doesn't remain in isolation. We have to place it in the larger context. And if you talk about public university, there's a very mixed picture. There are community building happening in metropolitan universities, but if you go to the smaller spaces, smaller regional universities and all, still it is very, very homophobic and queerphobic and transphobic. They all exist, and you will see that their presence is very negligible, or rather inconspicuous or invisibilized. So a lot needs to be done as far as public institutions are concerned.
Thank you so much, Pushpesh. So, we see that already a theme emerging in the way of going beyond the tokenism, as Niharika pointed out, that perhaps maybe we have been able to incorporate in some of the way we teach in university spaces, but going beyond the tokenism in the policies that we have, and allocating resources and not just, feel good promises, while, Adam has very rightly pointed out that, our at the core of us coming together is this need for us to kind of connect what we like, the personal with the greater ideas of the political in the spaces that we inhabit. So I'll turn to Abhijit. Abhijit, if you share your comments about whatever we've been discussing or something new, and we are looking forward to your comments, particularly because you come from the field of STEM, where the situations and the references may not be similar. It may be different, better, other. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you, Abhijit.
Yeah, thank you, Sambuddha. So actually, the many of the points that, Niharika, Adam, and Pushpesh, they have mentioned. So, and as you said, I am coming from engineering background, right? And we know, and also my student life was in different hostels, and engineering itself a male dominated space, and which has its all form of toxic masculinity that we talk about, and as well as the hostel space that I remember my by versus what is happening in some other space is very, very different. Being said that, I would like to add two other kind of quick points here. One is institute level policy versus or vis-a-vis the law of the land. For example, if I have a partner, I cannot get any benefits, medical or any other benefits for him. He cannot even stay with me in my apartment for more than some 30 or 45 days, right? So that, how to handle that? That is one question, can be that we need to think of that policy versus the law of the land. That is one aspect I think we need to, that we will probably discuss. And another, again, in that aspect only, although after Nalsa judgment, lot of the things have changed, still we see that many of the things are very gendered. And again, I was talking about hostels, right? Our hostels are boys hostels and girls hostels. And then where to place the trans people, we really don't know. And, and this debate, it is not just for India, it is happening all over the world, that how to accommodate. And again, the question comes about the sensitization even of the faculty members. I see in some of the faculty members from some other institute on the social media platform, they talk like really bad stuff about the trans people and the trans student. I really feel horrible that if they have a student from trans community who is reading those comments, what must be going through that person's mind. So I think there are a lot of these things that we need to think about, talk about, and I will stop here. I will not take much time, but I think all these points will come up in our discussions. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. So now, we've gotten an early lay of the land from, hope and excitement of personal commitments to engaging with these larger structures of policy, of existing social norms, and perhaps, with the biggest issue about resources and, how we can divert or get some resources. So if I were to begin us off with the idea which Abhijit left us, and probably that, institutions, especially higher ed institutions, can become spaces for interesting new policy that remain within the legality, of the legal codes. But these are the spaces where new policies of allowing, better spaces, better situations for individuals who are in non-traditional family roles, for them to integrate, to improve their work life better. Before we can, roll these out on a larger platform and seek for, better rights in the form of, having a non-traditional partner listed down in insurance, other such things. I think institutes, higher education institutes, and especially the elite ones with the resources, probably have this responsibility to try out some of these new policies. So I open up with this question. So how do you, or what do you think are some of the ways in which we can, engage with universities, with management, with different peoples in power to kind of push for these kind of policies, which not only ensure like a more inclusive space for our students, but also for us as academics working in these spaces. So, in any order, if anyone wants to jump in.
Okay, I can jump in if that will work. Thank you, Shambuddha, for raising that question, and it ties. I think it's a nice continuation from where Abhijit left off, and I completely agree with you that university spaces, especially those with resources and with the vision, to look into the future, does not only have responsibility, but are actually could be very exciting spaces to, what is called often in the corporate language to be incubators of ideas, right? So I think this would, and I agree that those universities which have the resources and which do not have much red tape could very quickly look into their diverse employees and students, and very quickly draw up plans as to how they can be included in not just, as Abhijit said, in the law, but also in the policy. And I think one of the ways to start doing it is to very basic way to carry on a survey, to just start with a survey and see what what both employees and students would need in order to have a very productive atmosphere on campuses. And these these surveys, as you very rightly said, Abhijit, that they would tell us about the lived experience and everyday life of an employee or a student in the university, and which would be very different from the law. So how does one make universities livable spaces, especially residential campuses, where our lives and works are, completely revolve around the universities. So how to make them more livable for marginalized communities, especially with those who are, not just identifying as LGBTQIA, but as Shambhuta very rightly said, live very non-traditional, non-normative lives in every sense of the word. So single women, for example, whether they identify as LGBTQIA or not, who are, living non-normative lives would also fall in the larger umbrella of, of a kind of queer non-traditional living. So absolutely, definitely, I think a practical way to go about it is to first find out a survey of how, what they would need to make their lives more livable in the campus. And secondly, then quickly instituting some very basic policies of, whether there are, for example, from the mental health perspective, whether there are professionals to specifically who can deal with, non-discrimination attitudes towards students, and then, have trainings for employers that are not just training in gender sensitivity, but also, adding in questions of sexuality, race, caste, ethnicity in connection with the question of gender and sexuality. So that I think is very important. And of course, as you already mentioned, that very quickly looking into the policies of, policy of leave, policies of, parental care, policies of, whether partners can be included in, in health insurances and so on and so forth, because these are all very important, because what we see, and I speak as a social scientist here, that non-traditional individuals and groups, have very non-traditional needs. And often their natal families actually, depend, because they appear to have no responsibilities, and therefore sometimes their responsibilities are more. And therefore, the higher educational institutions can definitely help in trying to create support networks, both in terms of policy as well as in terms of, communities to come up and facilitate their non-traditional, employees, and with different intersecting identities to live a very healthy and productive life. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Niharika, very much for this. Niharika, I think you may have to go now. So thank you so much for, and if you, of course, you can stay, but we are hitting that time. So thank you so much. And I think we'll carry on with, with thoughts from other panelists about this, like, universities as incubators of these new ideas, new policies, which engage with, the present legal rights that we have, but also push and, try to, ask for more. And I think often there's this term called resilience, and resilience is often interpreted as, make do with what you have, rather than constantly asking for a little bit more. Of course, marginalized communities do make do with what they have. That's how they survive. That's what marks their experience. But when, like in a forum like this, I really want to discuss that, what ways in which we can ask for more. Of course, congratulating ourselves that what we already have, it's been a long fight for individuals and communities. We exist in different legal systems with various degrees of criminalization, legalization, etc. But how are the ways in which we can ask more for our allies, for our students, and also for ourselves? And I really want to also focus our experiences as engaging in labor within these systems which are at times which can be very extractive. So how do we negotiate that? Any thoughts? Anyone of our panelists, if you can share your thoughts on that.
So maybe I will just take up, where Niharika. So one thing, and you also pointed out that the elite institute and, which which claim to be progressive, they probably have, more responsibility on their shoulder. And then, when I, while Niharika was talking, I was thinking that while some of the things, particularly I'm talking about the public universities, because they are funded by the government money, public money, so they have to really follow the words of the rules and regulations. But then probably the management and admin can look into the policies and kind of really think that, is this, coming from the law, or it is, something that we have put into the rule book without even. So I feel that there are a lot of the things that can be improved or changed without even, being within the legal framework. And that is something that we should, always do. And the second part, and that is something I think the others can also comment on, that is the sensitization and the awareness, as I was talking about. And I'm telling you from my own experience here, that from that institute level, at personal level, at the level from various different gender cell, LGBTQI group, etc. We organize various such kind of panel discussion and diversity, inclusion, this workshop, all of those things. But the problem is that they are in the audience. We only find the few common faces who already probably initiated. And we really can't bring the people whom we think that they need to attend those workshops. So if from the admin side, they kind of make things compulsory and, some of these things that you have to go through this kind of training. That is there in many corporates. So why that cannot be here? I think that may help to increase the awareness overall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. Adam, Pushpesh, any thoughts? Reflecting your experience.
And to kind of piggyback off of what Niharika was saying, I think there's so much value in something like those surveys, because at the end of the day, what is a survey doing? It's asking. And that's kind of the key insight to queer experiences, asking us what we're thinking, what we're feeling, how we need things to be. So I think that side of engagement is really the most obvious answer here, is that we have to find ways to get admins to engage. And on the one hand, it shouldn't be they ask us all these questions on how is this supposed to be. They have to learn some of it too, but it is sometimes nice to be asked, to have that kind of moment of visibility. Oh, they're trying. Oh, they're seeing. And then hopefully that can build up over time to where they don't need to ask, where they kind of can see this version of it happening beforehand. So I think just finding ways to get that ball rolling is key. In terms of kind of practical solutions, I definitely agree about this encouragement of going to these events, going to these different types of programming, because like a lot of people, and we can even take this on like the inverse. Like if I'm at the law school here and there's an event on, say, tax law, I don't necessarily do a lot with tax law, but if I go to the event, maybe I'll find this kind of interesting kind of on how I can kind of utilize it in my work. The same has to be happening for other scholars or other administrators that I don't really think about queer theory that much, but if they go to an event, then they can see it. So if we can just encourage that kind of collaboration, I think there's just so many fruits that can come from that.
Thank you so much, Adam. Pushpesh, your thoughts regarding?
Yeah, again, I will reiterate my point that I come from public university, and I think the affirmative policies can really help the recruitment of queer people, the recruitment of students at various level, within the institutes of higher education. So if we don't know, like you have only 2, 3, 4, you can count on fingers trans students in a university campus. And there are many trans students who are really invisibilized. They don't even want to come out in the science spaces, for example, in the liberal arts and other disciplines, social science discipline. They are encouraged to sort of mingle with others and come out. But in science spaces, it is very difficult for them to come out, where the teachers control the lab, teachers control the referrals and all that. And it's become very difficult for them to come out. And some of them who have also come out, and there is a promise by the state, by the government, that all the expenses of trans students will be taken care of by the government. But we don't see it is being translated into practice within the university campuses. So there are many students, there are many trans students particularly, who are struggling to come out within university spaces, and they have come out also. But the thing is that on their documents, they are still male or they are still female, right? So what is happening? Any benefits which is entitled to them, even very limited resources or very limited things, they're not able to avail because on paper they are men or women, and it's very difficult to access. So the universities have to create certain mechanism and understand the relationship, the strenuous relationship between the natal home and the trans people, and why they are not able to come out, and they only get a space to come out as trans when they enter the university. So the university has to institute and facilitate certain ways in which the trans people can claim a trans identity as per the self-determination principle of the Nalsa judgment, and can access those entitlements, which is available, even very limited availability of those entitlements within the public university and higher educational spaces. The other thing I find is that our epistemologies and pedagogical practices should be made trans and queer friendly. Like different courses should incorporate, we are talking about feminist epistemology, and to some extent, it has translated into pedagogical practices. But trans and queer epistemologies and methodologies and pedagogical practices are yet to be, incorporated within different disciplines. So I think planting these epistemologies and pedagogical practices also creates a sense of belongingness, a sense of community. As I just edited a volume where there is a paper on curious communities, whereas the author is talking about how writing centers within private universities, within these liberal arts centers, create a queer community, sense of queer community, right? So these epistemologies and pedagogical practices will also translate into a sense of belonging, a sense of, community, etc. And then I think all marginal groups should talk to each other, and the voices should emerge from these marginal spaces, and then they should lobby about it to bring some certain changes within the institutions of higher learning. So these are some of the points through which we can move in a very concrete way when the government is promising that they will take care of the educational expenses of trans people. So how that can be, demanded and instituted within the universities and institutes of higher learning. So we will see again that we also have to connect trans identity, queer identity with other marginalities, and try to be more and more inclusive, because as you see that within public universities also, what kind of trans people are coming? Those who are English speaking, coming from certain privileged caste and class background. So unless and until a very complex affirmative policies are in place, we are restricting the entry of, a cross section of trans and queer persons to enter into spaces. So we have to think through all of these things to make it more visible, more representative space.
Okay, thank you.
Some,
Thank you.
sorry, Samudra, may I just add
Yes,
one quick
yes,
point?
please.
So just, I mean, while Pushpish was telling, something came to my mind. So to make things visible, right? IIT Delhi has done one thing, and I think that is superb, and all of us should follow that. They have created a post called Dean of Diversity and Inclusion. And there it is specifically mentioned that it will take care of the caste, sexuality, gender, queer, all of these things are, underlined and mentioned. So that kind of clearly tells that it might be tokenism, but it also at the same time, it clearly gives a message that yes, we value the diversity and inclusion so much that we have a dean for that particular topic. So I think that is something, others can emulate. And
I think we need
Thanks.
to replicate that in different public institutions.
Exactly.
I think that messaging is key too. Just like letting queer students, letting them know that there's something out there, that it's accessible, and that builds that community that we kind of talked about at the beginning. Just that being able to see others doing it, knows, okay, all of these things I'm feeling, I'm not alone, I'm not crazy. There is a space for me, and I think that's absolutely integral.
Right, absolutely. And often as in the positions that we currently occupy, we often kind of engage in those associations of mentorship and sometimes also of care with our students, where we try to facilitate in our limited abilities, these engagements. And it's very necessary for us to ask for resources on behalf of ourselves and our students, and continue to engage with that. And also, Pushpesh, thank you so much for bringing in the point of true intersectionality. The panel is about intersectionality, and the thing is, your experience is so much marked by things beyond the identity of being an LGBTQ plus person. And I think especially in the times that we live, anywhere in the world, but maybe particularly in India, there are certain spaces which are shrinking, where we probably need to not realign, but kind of revisit those alliances between other marginalized groups, because without that, there what ends up is further marginalization and maybe at times alignment with certain ideas and certain philosophies that are inherently oppressive. So I think that negotiation we have to do, and especially, of course, in all things, but especially when we are looking at job markets and how to place our, how to negotiate for work and spaces, we have to constantly think about these things and think of safe spaces as safe spaces for all. And I remember, like, from personal experience of a student telling me about Abhijit's lab being the place where not only different kinds of students who face different extremes of marginality, they flock to him. I would wonder why. Like, and it's great that it happens for one lab, but why shouldn't it happen with more labs or with more mentors? And I think, we have 15 more minutes, and, we could keep talking amongst ourselves. It's so nice. I have been asked or been shared.
Shambhuta, can I touch on that real quick?
Please do.
Yeah, no, I think that is such a crucial aspect of this. The word I kept thinking when we're talking about these intersections and these other marginalized groups is solidarity. Like, we have to have solidarity with our Palestinian brethren, that what they're dealing with in Gaza right now, what on American campuses, Palestinian groups are dealing with, just trying to say, hey, what's going on is wrong and we need to do something about it. Right now at Brown University, there's a hunger strike going on to get the university to divest. And these are the kinds of things that we can amplify with solidarity, like this queer people for this. We saw it with kind of some of the racial controversies we had, and being able to get queer groups and ethnicity groups together and build momentum, because we are all in this together, and there is this solidarity from marginalized voices. And I just think that is such a key area, because something like queer liberation doesn't exist without Black liberation. Queer liberation doesn't exist without a free Palestine. We have to do all of this together. It's a concerted effort. So I'm really glad that you all brought that up.
Yes.
Samudha, I know that you want to take the question, but I'm just itching to kind of.
Please. No, we have time. We have 15 more minutes. Please
Okay.
take your time.
So I fully agree, what Adam says, and, you also mentioned, but I just want to point out this. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm just pointing out, at least in Indian context, and I think it is true everywhere, that even the queer community is not a monolithic structure, right? Even in Indian queer community, we are seeing that all kind of other phobic people, right? Fully kind of right-wing leaning, and all of this thing is there. So that is one point. And another thing, just while you were mentioning my lab, I just wanted to touch upon this, that in terms of our promotions and etc., we always look at our publication record and blah blah blah, teaching feedback, etc. Why in the policy it has not been taken into account the diversity of the group and the lab? That is a very simple policy change that the admins can do, and that can encourage people, because I have seen the labs. I'm talking about, say, being a Bengali. I am seeing the lab where all the students are Bengali boys. So we should somehow discourage that in some way. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. Exactly. I really wanted you to come in on that. So I will, I've gotten two questions, and these questions, we have touched upon these questions already. So I'll just present them to you, and then we can, talk about more. So this is a question for Adam. The question says, Professor Adam mentioned the ability to follow our interests. I've often thought about academic spaces which often mandate the content of study and the relevant materials on certain topics. As a philosophy student, I found professors constantly asking me to reference and engage with some, often Western philosophers, who have written on topics of my interest. While it's important to engage with the colonial, I find myself always trapped in it and being pushed into it. How do we escape this trap as brown queer students? So this is a question. So, the norm, the canon, and how, we bring our experiences into, engaging with the canon.
I think that's a really amazing question. So much of academia in the humanities is based on this canon of we've got to learn this, we got to eat our greens before we can do whatever. That's what I've heard all the time. And I think, to some degree, there's some sense to it, in that you have to walk before you can run kind of thing. But I think, and this really is kind of emphasized in our identities, especially as queer people. And what we have in our arsenal is this aspect of critique. So yes, we can read those and we can get lost, but what we have is this ability to critique, this subversive angle. And so always being able to keep that by our side, and our voice, and have our voice, maybe I disagree with this and here's why. At the same time, you're engaging with the material, you're learning it, you're digesting it in the ways that maybe the institutions might want you to, but you're keeping that ability to critique going forward and produce something new. And I think that just constant reminder to ourselves that we exist and that we have something to say, that can be done through this kind of force-fedness of the white kind of supremacist canon. But again, it's about finding avenues to explore as well. Seeing those instances where, okay, I'm reading this thing, maybe looking into seeing if any other scholars have felt the same way about it. And just being able to kind of pivot from kind of the normative aspect of a lot of Western philosophy, and putting that into kind of an at odds. I'm not thinking about this in a this is correct and this is the way you have to think, but I do have to know that somebody thought that to critique it from this other angle. And that's a bit of a meta answer, but I hope it really gets at kind of this, the way that we can use what we're forced to engage with. We can turn it. That's one of the beauties of being subaltern, is that we're always already forced to be subversive. So we can take something and then in that very Nietzschean kind of way, create something new.
Pushpesh, do you want to come in? And we were just talking about including other ways of knowing and ways of teaching in our curriculum, and also in the way we engage with authority and power. So, if you want to weigh in on this.
I will just talk about one of your questions was on mental health. And what we are observing in the university spaces that we have psychologists and counselors in the university spaces, but unfortunately, many of them are not trained in terms of understanding and counseling queer and trans constituencies, right? So I think at least if there are two psychologists, one of them should have training in, receive training in queer and trans specific kind of psychology or psychiatry, where they can understand the needs of queer and trans people. If they don't understand, if queer and trans people are going to approaching such psychologists and counselors, they do more harm than help. So that is something in the university spaces. Like, we have two counselors, but none of them have the basic understanding of what is queer and what are the needs of queer and trans people, what are the specific health issues of such students, or anyone, faculty member or anyone. And that is becoming a very dangerous site, for queer and trans people in public universities. So I think there are doctors, there are queer friendly psychiatrists and psychology counselors, etc. They need to come and train these people, or they themselves should be recruited by the university, and that has to be demanded by the queer community within the campuses themselves, because mental health issue is a big issue within any university space, whether public or private or any institution, whether school or college or whatever. So I think this is a very important thing. We have trans doctors coming up now in India, like Aksa Sheikh in Delhi. She's in Jamia Hamdard University, and she's teaching community health there. And she's written a lot on, you know, uh, 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 the pedagogy, medical medicine pedagogy, and how to engage with the trans queer people. She's teaching from that perspective. And there are many other trans doctors and psychologists have come. So their help should be taken in formulating policies, employing some of them, or seeking their counseling in the institutes of higher learning. That is very, very important. And mental health need cannot be neglected. Because, I was talking to trans masculine and trans feminine people. So trans feminine people who are cross dressing and dressing up like a proper trans women are accepted entities within, in certain ways, within the university and other spaces. But trans masculine people are still looked at as very weird people, and they have a lot of mental health issues within the institutes of higher learning. So there is a gender there itself. So trans masculinity, they are entering into female bathrooms. The hostels are very phobic spaces for these women who have taken a male identity or willing to take male identity, but they're restricted because of the phobic environment. And such people need psychological interventions and a sensible psychological therapy, consultation, etc., and which is completely missing in public universities. So this is the one thing I wanted to emphasize here.
I think in
And
that same
also
vein,
the intersex people, right? The intersex people have no hearing at all. They are completely invisibilized. And there are specific health needs of intersex people. And something needs to be instituted in all educational institution, higher and lower, for intersex children. So I'll stop here.
I think in that same vein, it kind of reinforces the utility of affinity groups, of having a queer group on campus, because maybe there's 3 psychologists on the campus and one of them is really good for queer things and the other 2 are not. So if you have this group of people that have already gone through it, they'll know, hey, you should go see this person. They really helped me deal with this. Maybe they can help you. And having that kind of that constant system of mentorship and pushing in the right direction. So you're absolutely right that we have to work on that as an institutional level. But also there needs to be a space to funnel to that, because it's one thing to have a doctor that's experienced in dealing with queer folks, and there still might be some hesitancy from the students to ever go see them because of their experiences in that kind of area in other ways. So being able to kind of have that support and knowledge about those practices, I think it really supplements exactly what you're saying.
Sambuddha, so in this connection, sorry, but in this connection, something that I just want to share an experience very recent. So a trans masculine person went to our counselor, institute counselor, and the counselor told them that you are a girl, why don't you try to behave like a girl? And that trans masculine student, they told that going to the counselor was one of the most harmful, wrong decision in my life. Now that is one part of the story, but the other part of the story is that when this was reported to our Dean Students Affairs, we have taken, they have taken 2 steps, and I think that's fantastic. Number one is that the Dean Student Affairs, because I am the faculty advisor of the queer group, so contacted me and asked me to suggest name of at least 2 counselors who are queer friendly and whom they want to include in our counselor panel. Second step that he said is that he said, and I find that fantastic, told that, but even if we include those queer-friendly counselors, the queer-identified students still may hesitate to go to them, because then they will be marked that they are going to that counselor. So they are bringing another change, is that they are making an empaneled list of the counselors who will not be here in the campus, but students can go outside, meet them, and with their IIT Bombay I-card, they don't need to pay. IIT Bombay will take care of the payment. So I think these 2 great change that they have
That's
brought.
great thing, yeah.
That is very very interesting, amazing ways in which we have to constantly negotiate for greater resources. Some of the resources we already have in the form of the networks that Adam was talking about. So these are the networks in which marginalized communities have survived. We look for ways to make these networks a little bit more formal and ask for resources. And in the times that we live, if we can, do a survey, show the numbers, then we can ask for more resources, hopefully. So, I have been asked to kind of conclude within the next minute. These conversations, as they tend to be, they're engaging. We can go on and on. We have to just respect the time. But yes, probably just a beginning of the conversations, moving from, mere tokenism to something more substantial, moving from being in silos to creating these solidarities. And I think so some of these things are, long going struggles. Some of these things, begin, maybe from tomorrow, the way we advise, the way we connect to other students. and hopefully looking for greater solidarities, futures where we are empathetic towards each other as a basic human condition rather than thinking of just special needs. And I think on that note, and I want to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Thank all of you, Adam, Abhijit, and Pushpesh, and Niharika. Thank you so much for this. Thanks, Aparna. Thanks, Moushami, for arranging this. And hopefully, we'll stay in touch in some form or fashion and continue these discussions beyond this forum. Thank you again, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
to this last session of the Fourth World University Summit being hosted by the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at OP Jindal Global University. We have had 25 panel sessions since the summit was inaugurated yesterday morning, and I can't imagine we are at the last 25th panel session now, and with a very, very exciting set of panelists. And the topic of this panel is creating inclusive learning environment, promoting diversity and global citizenship. Globalization is, of course, not new, even though the recent pace at which globalization is taking place is extremely fast compared to how it happened in previous centuries. With this rapid rise and increase in the mobility of people around the world, cultural diversity has become the norm in the 21st century. Universities have historically attracted diverse bodies of students from many parts of the world. However, research evidence from both the global north and south is telling us that creating inclusive learning environments is a major challenge for all universities in contemporary times. Most research-intensive universities are seeking to establish inclusive learning environments in the concept of a global village to nurture future global citizens. What are the challenges in promoting diversity and global citizenship on campus? What kind of university administrative policies and practices are required to successfully create inclusive learning environments for all students from diverse backgrounds? This panel is going to deliberate on these pressing issues. I am Professor Dr. Moushumi Mukherjee, Associate Professor and Deputy Director of the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building here at OP Jindal Global University. And I have been engaged over the past 8 years since I joined this university, promoting some of these efforts. I also teach a course on global citizenship and international understanding at this university. I'm going to now introduce to all of you our esteemed panelists from around the world who have joined with me. Professor Dr. Elena de Prada. She's also an associate professor in English for Special Purposes at the University of Vigo in Spain. During the last 8 years, she has been the Vice Dean of International Affairs at the Business and Tourism Faculty. She coordinates European double degree programs in management studies and tourism and organizes international joint seminars and international weeks for students and professors at our university. Our publications and research guidelines are focused on foreign language learning, English as second language learning, teacher training, innovative teaching, learning methods, continuing education, multilingualism, interculturality, and creativity. She works to develop higher education teachers' ability to raise awareness about diversity and inclusion in their teaching practices, but also their ability to teach effectively in a diverse environment. And she's enhancing the capacity of higher education institutions at large to develop and implement courses on global citizenship and diversity management. Welcome to you, Dr. De Prada. I have with me also Professor Dr. Mona Hori, and she's a full professor and vice president for strategy and diversity. Professor Hori is a previous dean of the Paul Berald School of Social Work and Social Welfare at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. She is an alumna of the Israel Young Academy and the Global Young Academy. She holds the Francis and George Katz Family Chair at the Paul Berald School of Social Work and Social Welfare at the Hebrew University. In 2021, Professor Hori won the Bruno Memorial Prize for Outstanding Israeli Researchers. She was a 2002 Fulbright postdoctoral fellow at the University of Chicago, and a visiting professor at the Factor English Faculty of Social Work, University of Toronto, for 2 non-subsequent academic years. In 2023, Professor Houri received the President of Israel's Medal of Honor in recognition of her extraordinary contribution to the State of Israel. Her research focuses on child and adolescents' deviant and delinquent behaviors in 3 particular areas: school violence, cyberbullying, and juvenile delinquency and political violence. Her research examines how socio-political context influences child and adolescent development and adjustment. Our third panelist today is Professor Dr. Nirmala Rao. She is currently the Vice Chancellor of Kriya University, Andhra Pradesh. She formerly served as the Vice Chancellor of the Asia University for Women between 2017 and 2022, Pro-Director of the School of Oriental and African Studies during 2008 and 2017, and Pro-Warden for Academic Affairs at Goldsmiths College, University of London. Dr. Rao took her first degree in economics from Delhi University and thereafter her master's from JNU and PhD from the University of London. She has published extensively in the field of urban policy and politics, and her work, she has extensive experience of public service in the UK and served as an advisor to a range of bodies, including Audit Commission and Office of Deputy Prime Minister. For several years, she was a lay member of the General Council of the Bar of England and Wales and a non-executive director of NHS Hospital Trust. She was elected Fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in 2003 and was awarded the Order of British Empire for services to scholarship in 2011. Welcome to you, Dr. Rao, to this panel. Our next panelist is Professor Elizabeth Simmons. She is Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the University of California, San Diego. She is the institution's second-ranking executive and serves as Chief Academic Officer overseeing academic programs and policies, as well as academic personnel services across the campus. Simmons is passionate about advancing the goals of University of San Diego's strategic plan, which emphasizes excellence in education, research, and public service with a commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Simmons is also a theoretical high-energy physicist and distinguished professor of physics at the UC San Diego. She is currently studying how physics beyond the standard model might manifest in experiments in progress at the CERN Large Hadron Collider. Prior to joining University of California, San Diego, Simmons served as Associate Provost for Faculty and Academic Staff Development and Dean of Lehman Briggs College and University Distinguished Professor of Physics at Michigan State University. Welcome to all the distinguished panelists, and I'm really, really excited and looking forward to hear from all of you about your diverse experiences in your diverse contexts in promoting inclusivity, in promoting diversity and learning and global citizenship. What are the key challenges? My first question to the entire panelists, if you could share a little bit of reflection, each one of you, beginning with Professor Di Prada. What are the key challenges in promoting the concept of global citizenship according to you with regards to your work at your university? You have to unmute yourself, Professor Di Prada.
Hello, is that okay? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation and for being here together. It's a great pleasure and honor. First of all, I would like to answer the question about the challenges that we have to face. Maybe we should very briefly state the great differences that Spain is experiencing regarding mobility in the last years, not only student mobility, but mobility in general. For many years, Spain was a country that sent many people, many workers, many cities abroad in search for better conditions, for a better economic situation, education, etc. So the situation in several decades have been quite the opposite. From being senders, we are becoming receivers. So it's been a great change in the composition and direction of migratory flows. And at the moment, for example, in this first decade of this century, Spain was the country in Europe that experienced the highest growth in the foreign populations of the entire Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries. So, of course, all the changes, all the challenges that we have to face at the university are highly determined by what is happening in general in our societies, because the changes are occurring not only in terms of the balance of flows, but also at the level of the countries involved, because depending on the years, there are differences in the countries, in the different cultures that come to establish and in this country. So at the moment, we have a positive migratory balance, meaning that we get more people than the one we send. And this is the context for, in general, for the circulation of people. But in the context of education, we are also in a very relevant position regarding mobility for credits. It's important to distinguish that, contrary to what happens in other parts of the world, in Europe, I saw that there are some of the participants from the European context. In Europe, most of the mobility is for credits. I mean, it's not that the students go there to study their whole degree, but on the contrary, they come for a short period of time, for a term or for a year. So we also have to cope with this situation because it's a very unstable, so to speak, movement and flow of students. So at the moment, as with the population, we are at the top. We are the top country in terms of mobility, of attracting and sending students, because there are some other countries who send a lot of students but don't receive, and the opposite. But for example, Spain is one of the countries in Europe in which movement is a main characteristic in higher education, because we receive a lot of students and we send a lot of students. So that's why the challenge is several-folded, because on the one hand, we have all these students that come here to study, not just as international students, because they are going to be established here to study here a degree, because they are going to be permanently, or at least for a long time, are going to be in Spain. And on the other hand, we have these other students that come here just for a short period of time. So universities at the moment are challenging a lot of different situations. We have to study many ways about how to integrate these different types of international students. So we really have quite a lot of work ahead. So I am very interested to listen to what other people that have been more involved in this type of mobility, international mobility experiences can give us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Di Prada. I would now go to Professor Mona Khoury. Professor Khoury, if you could share some light on this, yes, from your perspective from Israel, some of the challenges.
Yeah, so maybe I'll say shortly a few words about the situation in Israel. As you know, about the population, not the situation. The situation is more complicated to explain now, but the population in Israel is actually composed of a very large minority group, which is the Arabs in Israel. And it's around 20%, 21% of the Israeli population. And then we have new immigrants from Ethiopia, from Russia, and also we have another diverse group, such as first generation to education, people with disabilities, and the LGBTQ+ community. So, and we have another group, which is the ultra-Orthodox Jews. This is a group that has a special characteristics because they actually don't study during school years a core subject. They don't study English, they don't study math, they don't study science. They study only religious topics. So when they come to the university, actually they start from zero with all the core subjects. And usually they study in a separate education system by gender. So male study alone and female study alone. So when they come to the university, it's actually their first time that they are studying in a mixed institution. So we, as you can see, we have different challenges for each group, but one of the main challenges that all the diverse groups face is financial issues. They all mostly come from first generation to education, from families who are from low socioeconomic status, and many of them suffer from financial difficulties. So we have a lot of scholarships for these groups, but another challenge that we know that they have is the language issue, especially English for most of them, and Hebrew for Arab students. Arab students study during their school years in Arabic. So the first time they start studying in Hebrew is actually at the university. People like me, that I'm also Arab, we study Hebrew at the university, at the school, but not as, it's as a second or third language. And for the first time that we began studying and hearing things in the whole day in Hebrew is during the university. And of course, the Hebrew University is situated in Jerusalem, so we have a lot of political issues, and sometimes, unfortunately, as these days that we have a war in Israel, and there are also some tension, maybe later I will refer to that, but in general, these are the main issues that these groups face.
Thank you, Professor Khore. Let me now call upon Professor Rao from India, from Kriya University.
Thank you, Moushmi. If I may say, I'm just putting a comparison between the 35 years of experience I've had in the UK with the last 7 years in Asia, and particularly in India, it's only been about 18 months. I'll give a very quick reflections on how I see the concept as it has evolved. I mean, between the 1980s and 2017, in the UK, for example, the idea of global citizenship diversity started off from the concept of widening participation, extending access to those who would not, otherwise have the option to access higher education, to the development of international partnerships, placements, exchanges, enhancing student mobility, to the time I left in 2017, which was to do with decolonizing the curricula. So the focus was on how do we revisit the curriculum? How do we reflect upon its delivery, its content, and bring back authors and knowledge that are pushed to the margins and get students to be more global in their exposure and thinking. So that's been the kind of movement in the UK. And when I went for 5 years leading this university in Bangladesh, which is the Asian University for Women, specially set up to attract young women from very underserved communities. Now, a couple of points that Mona touched on, the difficulties of language or difficulties of barriers to not knowing. Language is a big problem because when I joined, there were students from about only 3 countries, including India, Nepal, Bangladesh. And by the time I left in 22, we had students from young women from 19 different countries, with the second largest cohort from Afghanistan and the third from the Rohingya communities. So it extended to Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and whole of Southeast Asia, including Timor-Leste and so on. Now, the language was a big issue because they're all studied in their own languages. English was not a common medium of communication. We had to put special programs, the 2-year pre-access and access program, to get them up to speed, and then start the degree program, which was a liberal arts curriculum. model on the Chicago style. So it is a real challenge. We had to really be very selective. And the challenge was, how do we select and recruit students with the promise and the potential who did not have the language? And so that, I can speak endlessly about it, but so that was a huge challenge. But 5 years, after they've been in the university, they were equipped with all the skills, the tools, and placed in UN Women, World Bank, Deloitte's in Tokyo. It's an amazing journey of 5 years, residential learning. That was one experience. And of course, there were issues of diversity and how to make them global as well, in terms of enabling them to make real world connections between the local knowledge and what was happening, the global. And whilst at the same time, creating an inclusive environment that would foster multiple perspectives and defining the curriculum for them, which was difficult, but challenging, but quite rewarding and successful. In Korea, it's been a totally different other end of the spectrum. In AUW, all the women were on scholarships, 100%. You come to Korea, about 80% are on fee paying, and in terms of affluence, well-off students who progress to the top elite universities. However, there are still 30% from the marginalized or the underserved communities, and but the diversity issue is a different one here. And where in AUW we had 19 countries represented, how do we bring them collectively? Here it is the idea of liberal arts, as you know, Maushmi, in India is still gaining currency. It's not yet there. And the 4 largest groupings come from Maharashtra and Karnataka and Calcutta and, of course, Delhi, and then Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, where it's located. It's still not caught up. So one of the challenges is it's not the curriculum, because we are redefining the curriculum. We called it interwoven curriculum, and I can talk about it later, which is about making crossing beyond one's disciplines and making connections, not just in disciplines, but also through other ecosystems. And how do we do that to create that kind of civic engagement or foster civic engagement among students? And it has its own challenges, but a different kind of diversity, where you have these regional identities and a bit of parochialism in terms of students sticking with their own clan, quite clannish, I would say.
Right. I can imagine that from our own campus here at OP Jindal in Sonipat. So I would now like to move to Professor Elizabeth Simmons from the US, sharing us her perspective from the United States of America, which has attracted international students and immigrants from around the world for many, many years, and especially places like California. Over to you, Professor Simmons.
Thanks very much. I'm going to pick up on that theme of clannishness that Professor Rao was just mentioning. I think we all know that this is a particularly challenging time when we have widespread economic tensions, we have armed conflict in different parts of the world that are straining relationships, even among traditional allies, and everything is very confusing. And at the same time, we have looming climate change at a catastrophic level, which tells us we really do have to be working together, even if we are feeling some discomfort at trying to work together. And so at this moment, I think some of the challenge in promoting the idea of global citizenship to our students is to help the students see beyond their own experiences and beyond the biases that they may have or news about different conflicts that they may read about in the media and social media. And so some of that's, that's an aspect for the students. Now the faculty and staff have to actually try to make global citizenship part of the curriculum and part of the co-curriculum. And so we have a challenge of trying to appropriately publicize and reward global engagement and the work that that takes for the faculty and staff. And to, I guess a related challenge is making the rules, making the processes understandable so faculty know where they are allowed to travel to and under what conditions. I have to confess that the US government has made it quite hard to understand where faculty are allowed to travel and whether they can bring their computer and very simple things like this. I'm sure it's even more confusing for the students trying to understand all the issues about visas, credit portability, and so on. But we do, as you pointed out, have huge opportunities right here at UC San Diego. 10% of our undergraduates are from abroad. From dozens of different countries. And we're very proud of that. We also are right on the international border with Mexico, which gives a lot of opportunities. So when we encounter a challenge such as students not being sure if they want to engage internationally, well, there are students from around the world right there in the classroom, and we can design courses to bring that out. We can design learning communities and other opportunities that will bring them into contact with students from elsewhere and remind them that we are all people. We may come from different places, we may have different cultures, but we are all people, and we should be able to work together and learn from each other. And when we have students, and of course, being a public university, we have a huge fraction of our students come from either underserved backgrounds where the school system wasn't that great or didn't prepare them that well, where perhaps they're from an immigrant family and English is not their first or maybe even second language, as others have mentioned. And we have at least a third of our students who are both first generation in college and from financial circumstances that make it very difficult to afford to go to university. And even for these students, because we're on the border, we should be able to provide accessible and low-cost ways to engage internationally. So there are all these challenges, all the challenges that everybody else has mentioned, we experience as well. We try to also look at the opportunities we have from the international students with us and the proximity of the border.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Simmons. And I really appreciate the fact that while talking about challenges, you ended with opportunities, reference to looking at diversity not just as a challenge, but also an opportunity. Okay. Oftentimes diversity, even though diversity is the law of nature, right? But we are not trained, our minds are not trained to look at diversity as an opportunity. Often it is seen as a challenge, like some kind of additional administrative burden and something, various stakeholders at the university, educational institution, different institutions, they look at, diversity is another issue that we have to deal with. My next question to all of you as panelists is what, according to you, how we can look at the issue of diversity as an opportunity rather than a challenge? And can we look at diversity as an opportunity to actually engage the students and the campus community with diversity in a more constructive way so that they can come out of their natural inclinations of being within a particular clan. I know there has been several studies of peer groups in the United States and in other countries, how students from peer groups, and they generally tend to form peer groups who come from similar background. For whatever reasons around the world, we all have this kind of, as we get socialized within our families, within our linguistic groups, within our religious institutions, within our little communities, this is how we form our sense of identity, who we are, and we tend to attract go towards those who come from similar backgrounds. So my question to all of you, and you can take the time to respond one by one, is how can we look at diversity as an opportunity rather than a challenge? Who will go first?
So maybe I will go first. Actually, after what I mentioned, this is Mona from Israel, from the Hebrew University. And after what I mentioned earlier about the education system in Israel, it's actually, maybe to emphasize, it's separate by ethno-national and religiosity. So Arab students learn in Arab schools and Jewish students in Jewish schools. And within the Jewish system, Jewish students, very religious Jewish students, learn in a separate one, and religious in different one, and secular Jews in third one. So the first time all these groups meet each other is at the university. So we try to use this opportunity actually to do two main things: to bring these groups to the university. So our main goal as a diversity unit is to increase access for higher education for these groups, because if we want them to meet, we have to have them at the university. So for example, during the last 10 years, the number of Arab students at the university increased from 10% to 21%. So we did a lot of efforts to bring more and more students to the Hebrew University. The second thing is having programs that enable these students to meet with each other and speak with each other. So one of the things, for example, we have a large project called the Inclusive Class, in which we have students that they are doing assignments in mixed groups, and the professors of these groups are going into training how to do this in a good way, that you will not humiliate some of the students by forcing them doing the assignment with someone that they don't want. So we have the whole theory of that, and now we have a research checking before and after with a comparison group to check how effective this program. Another thing, and you can see in my logo of the unit, is that we believe that diversity is the path for excellence. And we actually try to say that every time and to show the data. And we know that we want to support students from diverse groups, because if we help them face these challenges and cope with the challenges that we all mentioned, actually, we know that we have common challenges, as my colleagues mentioned, they can be the best students. In some cases, they are not reaching excellency because of the difficulties they come with. For example, the language, the economics, the social and economic situation, and others. So we also try to help them academically. So now we're working on opening a center for academic skills, that they will help them in the writing and editing of their, especially for research students, and also financially, because if I want the student to invest in his learning, I should support them and not sending them to work, because they can't do both things with all the challenges that they have. They have more challenges than another, the regular, as we can say, students. So this is like general. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, Professor Rao, go ahead.
Very quickly, Maushmi, I think Mona touched on this. And while diversity brings different perspectives, which are very rich and, I think there's space for innovation when you have so many multiple. When we have diversity, not just by gender, but also religious and linguistics and diversity defined by different races and ethnicity and so on. It's not really a challenge, but it's an opportunity to try and bring them together, either through performing arts, cultural activities, workshops, or whatever. We do bring them, unite them. And I think performing arts particularly as a prism through which you can actually unite these different cultures. It's worked really well in both the institutions, past and present. But I do think higher education, arguably today, we have a fundamental civic mission, and that is to develop a socially critical consciousness within the students. And when you have a diverse group, contribute to the development of a just and equitable society. And I think we should see that as an opportunity. And I think there's much to be said about how we are falling short, I suppose. And it's not any one particular country or region, but generally, how do we actually take greater responsibility to produce graduates who are able to take what they learn and transform them that to users, not for the individual, but for the society as a whole. And I think curriculum has a big role to play there in bringing this kind of diversity and creating a global citizen who's able to appreciate the global aspects and think globally and act locally is the kind of the phrase that we all are used to.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Rao. I can see Professor Simmons raising her hand. Go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. To what has already been said, I would add that we engage in constant communication and discussion about this kind of topic. One thing that we keep talking about a lot is our mission as a public university in the United States. And in the state of California, that means that we are supposed to serve the people of the entire state and not just people from one ethnic group or from one socioeconomic group, but really everybody. We remind people that our strength as a university comes entirely from innovation. Innovation and entrepreneurship are a big part of how we work at UC San Diego. And so then we can remind people of all the research that's been done showing that diverse teams are more creative, they are more innovative, they get past bottlenecks in problems that less diverse teams can get stuck on. So we remind them how diversity contributes to this other basic part of our nature. And then we work a lot to remind people to keep a growth mindset, to say that the experiences that we had before we came to university, the skills that we bring to university, those are the starting point, but they don't define what our students will be capable of. That the whole point of their coming to university is for us to help them build additional skills so they can do more than their previous background prepared them to. Otherwise, what would be the point? What would be the point of coming to university? We remind them that all the students have to pass the same admissions criteria to even be admitted. So now we need to be there for them and help them move ahead. And I would say that our faculty are generally pretty passionate about this kind of mission of being there for all of our students, helping all of our students advance, and seeing that as a way to prepare that next generation that's going to help solve some of the problems that perhaps our generation and earlier ones didn't do such a good job of solving. So I would say that I'm fortunate to be at a place and in a state where people still take this seriously, because you know that in the United States at the moment, it's a bit of an uphill climb in many parts of the country where there is a lot of effort to say that diversity is a bad thing and that one should not work on diversity. And people at many universities in other states are quite frightened about that and quite concerned. And California is one of the states where this is still very basic to our identity within California and the university. So challenges again, but luckily good people to work with.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Simmons. Professor De Prada, how can we look at diversity as an opportunity?
Hello. Well, my colleagues have, the other professors have mentioned many of the key points about this topic. I would like to add, although it was also mentioned that fortunately research, empirical research, can give us a hand here to persuade stakeholders that diversity, also we can observe it in our classes when we try to use different approaches, different techniques to make diversity something visible and something practical in our teaching. But what research tells us is that, as it was mentioned before, that lots of very positive points come out thanks to the difference in the classroom in the university, and not only regarding teamwork skills, creativity, social and communicative skills, emotional and personal growth. I mean, there are so many possible advantages that could make that the experience of a student at university or a professor as well, because nowadays we're also receiving lots of professors from different countries, and so it's not only a question of the students, but other colleagues as well. For example, whenever a colleague from a different country comes to our university, it's also, you know, an eye-opening sort of situation because of the ways of dealing with different things, of approaching topics in a different manner. So I think for me, it would be very easy to persuade stakeholders that, I mean, with numbers and with mentioning experiences that are being done in every part of the world, and some of them have been mentioned here. It could be easy because I'm so sure that about the positive effects that diversity has in our communities in higher education, that I think I could, you know, very easily persuade them to go to the next point, which is which kind of support is required for being able to make this possible, to make this internationalization at home possible, to promote going abroad, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor De Prada. Once again, you've concluded your thoughts with referring to something very, very important, and that's something the next thing I was thinking in my mind. Some of it you all have already mentioned in terms of, if we look at diversity as a resource, as an opportunity, then you know, things become a little different. Rather than looking at it as an additional, some kind of additional administrative bureaucratic burden, we can look at diversity as an opportunity for learning. For, you know, from international students or diverse groups of students, for everybody. But there's no discounting that fact that if we have a diverse group of students coming from different socio-cultural backgrounds, there needs to be certain kind of support services available for them. And you all have already mentioned, and Professor Corey mentioned different kinds of activities that they're organizing at the Hebrew University to bring students together. Professor Rao mentioned through performing arts, how we can bring students together and break those walls and barriers to help them come out of their little clans, to make friendships, to make relationships outside of that familiar clan. But I would further like to hear from each one of you with regards to your own specific institutions. What kind of policies, and have there been any, you know, conscious policy decisions taken, you know, and how are those policies driving practices in classrooms, administrative practices across the university campus? Has there been any specific policy initiatives taken. Like in India, of course, right now with the new national education policy, we have a national level mandate for promoting and teaching for global citizenship, which is absolutely something very, very new within the Indian context. Post-independence over the past 76 years, the prior two national education policies very much focused on national citizenship. Educational goals to develop a sense of united Indian national citizenship. For the first time, NEP, National Education Policy 2020, is talking about global citizenship. So that's a national level policy mandate now we have, and different institutions are working across across the country, seeking to create their own institutional policies guided by the National Education Policy Mandate. So I would like to hear from your context. Have there been specific policies? It might not be at the national, but even institutional level that you have been engaged in and seeking to implement those. Yes, Professor Simmons, go ahead.
So as I think I mentioned, at the national level, we're having some challenges. The Supreme Court of the United States, for example, recently said that diversity cannot be a consideration in admitting people to university. Fortunately or unfortunately, in the state of California, we have long had a state law of that kind. So we were used to this, but it means that in the national context, there are a lot of challenges. What we've been doing at UC San Diego is to set up a strategic plan for equity, diversity, and inclusion alongside and as part of the university's overall strategic plan. And this equity, diversity, and inclusion strategic plan includes what we call an accountability framework. The idea is that we set clear expectations and reward systems, and we are emphasizing that every single leader, every single unit of the university is expected to work on closing what we call the equity gaps, meaning the outcome gaps between students of different demographics or different life experience who come in with different maybe knowledge of what the university is about, different degrees of preparation. They should all graduate successfully and on time if we're doing our job. So everybody's, the evaluation of faculty, of leaders, of programs is partly an evaluation of how they're doing at closing these equity gaps. So we track a lot of data. We have these considerations built into the review of every academic program. Every couple years, every single department and school comes before me and the chancellor to show us their data, explain what they've been doing and what progress they've been making. And again, it's part of that process of public accountability for outcomes. And we've also put in place some structured collaboration methods to help us focus our efforts productively. So we don't just retreat to our own corners to work with our own little populations, but we have to talk to one another and say, how can we work together to do better for everybody? So we've built this through many different parts of the university as part of pretty much everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was really, really very promising to hear what you had to say in, what you're doing at the institutional level without a larger national framework currently. I can see Professor Rao has raised her hand. Yes, Professor Rao, please go ahead.
Continuing the points made by Professor Simmons, at CREA, I mean, I'd look at it both in terms of structural adjustments that we are making at the institution level and the curriculum adjustments in line with the national economic policy. that propounds a certain curriculum and way of thinking to foster that kind of diversity and global engagement. On the structural side, I just want to add to what Professor Simmons has already said. We have what is called the contextualized admissions process. So, which actually has equity and parity in terms of everybody taking a common entrance. But once they pass the threshold, then we apply the contextualized admissions, which is giving opportunities for those from certain backgrounds to actually, for them, giving them the headroom to make up for any borderline performance in academic, on the academic side. So that enables people from poorer families or not so well-to-do families, students to get financial assistance, bursaries, and so on. So about 30% of our students come having qualified actually the academic criteria. Then we apply the contextualized admissions, which gives them access and access to career. That's one. The other thing we've done is we've created what is ILS, which is the inclusive learning support, which is quite different, not very different, but slightly out of the ordinary in the sense that we've brought all the services, whether it's mental health or disability, physical disability, academic support, because we see them as very interconnected. So ILS actually provides support across the board for all these different groups, whether it's gender or LGBTQA and so on. So all the groups, it's a consolidated ILS, and that seems to be working because you can see how one kind of disadvantage can impact on academic performance or other way around. So that is the structural broadly. Apart from, and the other points have been covered by Professor Simmons, so I won't rehearse them. But on the curriculum side, taking NEP policy and how does CREA actually fit in with that is our liberal arts curriculum, which enhances the students' intellectual skills as a reflective practitioner, capable of independent judgment and informed decision-making, and in all aspects of the academic, professional, social, and civic lines. So there's a lot of engagement with local communities and, outside the curriculum that facilitate global citizenship values. Of course, this interdisciplinarity and crossing the discipline boundaries, what we call the porous boundaries, enables them to actually bring multiple perspectives of a phenomenon that they are studying. So bringing diverse groups into one kind of melting pot.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rao. Professor Di Prada, she has already raised her hands. I can see. Go ahead, please. Professor Di Prada, you have to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, it was just because I thought it was going to be a good connection, what Professor mentioned before, because almost everything that it is done at my university is outside the curriculum. I mean, there is, although there is a great interest in, and there are services that have been opened to deal with international students, and there is a services, a new service that deals with integration and diversity. They are, let's say, disconnected from the teaching practice. They give support to students that need information, that they need guidance, etc. But they diversity management is not really integrated into our daily common teaching practice. Not only because of the students themselves, but the teachers themselves. We would need first some train the trainers as a sort of programs to be able to integrate it into the curriculum. And of course, here is also complicated. I suppose in the other countries is the same problem. It's also complicated to change the syllabi. It's not, you cannot do it and suddenly integrate a new subject or a new competence into the curriculum that was not there before. It takes a long process. So the need is there. The perception of the need as well is there, and things are being done, but they are being done like a bit, around surrounding the actual classroom, etc., with courses, with blended intensive programs, with joint seminars, etc. Lots of activities that can make up for this necessity that we are sure that we lack. We are very aware. Most of the professors at the university, we are aware that we need this very much, because we are also conscious that it is very positive for ourselves and for our students. So the need is there, but still we need time to be able to implement it properly into the curriculum, because I think that would be the most effective way to be able to be dealing with some of the topics about diversity management, and to get the full potential that diversity can give us in higher education. Thank you.
One quick question, Professor Di Prada. Has there been any government level policy mandate across Spain or even in Galicia? No. Okay.
Not really.
This is actually what I was going to say about it.
Yes, Professor
My
Khoury.
colleague, in addition to all the things that we have at the university level, one of the main things that actually led the change of the way that universities all over Israel look at diverse groups is the fund that comes from the government. We have a 5-year program that fund diverse groups such as the Ethiopian immigrants, ultra-Orthodox Jews, Arab students, and this large amount of the funds come from the government, and they have actually a policy that we should follow in order to get the funds. We have to increase in bringing more and more students to our institutions. And another thing actually that we have in that respect, that the policy changed the way universities also deal with these groups. For example, first generation to education is not part of this program, but from our obligation to help and support all the groups, we said, okay, all these groups have their own support or some support from the government, but we can't leave those outside. So we have, as a university, to help them from another funds, such as, philanthropy. So we try to increase also. So at the government level actually affected the university level. And we believe that now when we are starting to invest in first generation, we see that the government now are looking at that. When I say the government is the Council for Higher Education, that the money comes from the government, looks at the first generation group and they say, okay, there is something here that we are not helping in, and we should maybe suggest a plan for this group. So it's a mutual effect that we see.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Khoury. And we have about 3 minutes. I can't even imagine how 1 hour passed by discussing and conversing with all of you. But there's a very interesting audience question I have received, which actually connects with what Professor Khoury just mentioned. And it's kind of provocative. The audience is saying that often a lot of diversity drive from universities around the world seeks to attract students who are actually, even though they might be diverse, quote unquote, in terms of their ethnicity, race, or nationality, or gender, or whatever, but they generally come from more well-off background. So what about diversity, thinking about increasing diversity in higher educational context with regards to, students who are like first generation learners coming from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds? We don't think about diversity from that perspective. with regards to attracting those who are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds socioeconomically into the higher education context. So what can be done to further think about diversity also through this lens? So can each one of you, 1 minute, quickly address this audience question?
Sure. I'll just say that is an emphasis at the University of California. There's a lot of need-based scholarships. We have a special set of support resources for students who are first generation, and faculty and staff who themselves were first generation are very public about that. And we periodically have campaigns with buttons and t-shirts so students know who else around campus are first gen. So we do a lot of work in that important area.
Excellent. Professor Huri, Professor Di Prada, Professor Rao. Professor Di Prada.
Actually, that with respect to first generation, it was amazing to look at this group because we got a lot of support for different groups, but then we noticed that we have support for Arab, Jewish, ultra-Orthodox, and then we noticed that if you are, I say, regular Jewish student who doesn't belong, you are not immigrant and you are not ultra-religious, you have no support. And if you are first generation, you don't fit any category. And then we noticed that actually you have almost 20 to 25% for those who actually reported that they are first generation. We believe we have much higher than that they don't get any support. And this is actually a very important group that we should help them, because we know how important is the role models and how important if you have family that can support you, give you an advice. It's not always only economic situation, it's also academic. It's very important that we know that from the other groups that they are mostly first generation, but this group is also has its own needs, and we didn't pay attention for them until the last 2 or 3 years. Then we noticed that we have a critical group here that we should invest in. So we are now have a lot of programs actually and scholarships for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Di Prada, and then Professor Rao.
Yes, just very briefly, I think one of the key aspects is also to give information, to spread the word about the different possibilities that can be in the different countries. Because, for example, here in Europe, the European Commission offers sometimes strategic partnerships with different countries and that are not European countries, precisely to try to attract students from all over the world. So it is very important that all the countries know, both teachers, students, and stakeholders know about these opportunities and have a powerful structure, so all the students in the world that might need some kind of financial help to study abroad could get it. So the key, I think one of the challenges as well, as in addition to what we mentioned, is to spread the word about the possibilities and the options that are available today.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Di Prada.
I think, Moshme, the one single factor that really makes a difference is providing bursaries and scholarships. I mean, financial aid is the key to giving access, fundamentally. But once that's getting into the university, once getting in, of course, the academic support. How do you establish these structures to give them the support they need to be able to navigate? It's even before coming to the university, I would say, if you're trying to attract the first generation, often they do not have the skills to navigate the complexities of the application process itself, because they've not had any experience of anyone in the family who's been to university. So I think the help begins from at the time they start the application process to, giving them more support from within. So one of the things I really took away, my lessons from the Asian University for Women, is one of the very clever things the founder did, who was the architect of the constitution for the university, was to actually embed it in the charter that no more than 30% of students will be from Bangladesh. So that was a very clever move, because it then made a lot of space for diverse groups to actually, from different countries, to actually access education on full scholarships. And the scholarships are $15,000 per year per student, and for 5 years. So we're investing $75,000 into each single student. So I think financially it makes a lot of difference, and I think that's one barrier one needs to overcome, and then give them the right support to get through their journey during their program of study.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are actually a little over time. I wish we could continue this conversation a little more, but since it's quite late here in India, past 11, 5 past almost. Thank you all the esteemed panelists for joining this discussion. And I really hope, sincerely hope, with all the good work that all of you are already doing in your own respective institutions, what we are trying to do here at my own university, we are actually, it's not easy to create inclusive learning spaces. We all know the challenges, but I hope that we all take and look at diversity through the lens of an opportunity, and we are able to actually create inclusive learning spaces and promote global citizenship in our respective institutions. Those of you who are audience listening out there, thank you all for joining us. The World University Summit, the 3 days of online panel discussions. Today is the last 25th panel discussion. Tomorrow morning, please join us again. You will be able to hear Professor Philip Altbach deliver the keynote address from our campus in a hybrid mode. We are going to run the 3rd day of the World University Summit. So please do join us tomorrow at 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time to listen to Professor Philip Altbach deliver the keynote address at the 4th World University Summit. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you.
Bye.